We've got one more round at the United States Disc Golf Championship and the Women's National Championship. On the men's side, Chris Dickerson has a 4-shot lead over 18-year-old phenom Kyle Klein, with Eagle McMahon and Alex Russell also chasing close behind. For the women, it's Paige Pierce in the lead over Katrina Allen, and they'll be joined by Heather Young and Owen Scoggins. The other factor that we've got coming in is some weather. It could get a little bit rainy out here, and we're gonna see who handles that best. I think the real likelihood is that we're gonna see a brand new champion of the USDGC. It all starts right here on Championship Saturday.
Thank you, Nate. Yes, you are correct. Hurricane Delta was downgraded to a tropical depression, and the first band will be hitting Rock Hill in just a few hours. I suspect the women will be well underway and through their round, but hopefully it won't affect them too much, though I feel the biggest storyline coming into today, and perhaps being all year, is just Paige Pierce versus the course. If anyone knows anything about that, it is Juliana Korver. Thank you all for joining us today. Juliana, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, Paige actually played a little flat yesterday. I mean, she has the lead, and clearly it's a testament to just how skilled she is, in that she can play a little bit below her level and still have such a dominant a game. She shot 4 under, which is very respectable, but remember, on day one she was 10 under and still had room to improve. Yesterday she had shots that we wouldn't expect, that were noticeably offline, such her drives, like her drives on 3, 4, 6, which was a slip on the tee, 7, 9, and 15. She had no trouble getting pars on all but one of those holes, but you could see that she was visibly frustrated nonetheless.
Yeah, yesterday during her round with the Disc Golf Pro Tour, Paige admitted she was focused a lot on the scores yesterday, and you could see that. I mean, during round 1 and 2, if you remember, from round 1 into 2, she went 24 holes before she missed, 24 holes before she missed a putt. Now here she is in round 2, struggling somewhat. She went 86% from the circle. That's drastically different than the first day when she was 100%.
Of course, she also had some incredible highlights. Once again, making a birdie look effortless going around the outside on hole number 5. She had another pinpoint accurate drive on hole number 10 for a drop-in eagle, and she cleaned up her play on 18 significantly to finish the round with a birdie.
She certainly is where she needs to be, though I know she does want a little bit stronger of a lead, giving herself more of a cushion. She keeps saying things about throwing her discs on these holes. I mean, she's been here before. She's competed here before. She doesn't have to throw, being that she's playing forward tees for the women's layout. She doesn't have to throw her furthest flying driver. She can keep it in the fairway very well and control her discs. But I'm wondering how badly the weather that we are apparently going to see today, it's inevitable, is going to affect her.
Well, I think it'll affect all of the women kind of equally, with perhaps the only exception being Owen from LA. She has not played in rain very often, and she's one of the players who is not a touring professional. I mean, she plays professionally and she does come out to some of these tours, but it's not the only thing that she does. So she has less experience in the elements, so it might be a little bit tougher for her to overcome this obstacle.
I loved what Nate Sexton said yesterday about Katrina Allen. She's currently in second place, 13 under total, 6 strokes behind Paige, looking to catch her down. Nate said Katrina has all that pressure. Heather Young and Owen get to sort of show up and show off their skills. Anything they do that's good is cheered on, and of course, sort of unexpected. Anything they do that's less than good is, sort of everyone's still rooting for them. There's no expectation there, is basically what I'm saying. But with Katrina, she has all of the skills to take down this event. And in her interview on Pursuing Paige, she was asked about that, and she said, in the moment, decisions. That's all it's going to be, is just in the moment decisions to be aggressive. She doesn't have anything written down on stone. She's going to just stick to their game plan, and so far that's been working for her.
Well, and she really had some truly astonishing play. I mean, I'm never going to forget her eagle on 18. That's the same hole that the men play, and on the same day, only 30% of the men's field were able to card a 3 like Kat did.
It was absolutely incredible to watch. Katrina going 78% from the fairway yesterday, 100% from circle 1. And what a testament to all of the work and practice she's put in. As Nate said while he was joining us for the commentary yesterday, her struggles have been well documented, and she is fighting not only with herself, but with those expectations of, oh, she's not close to the basket, this probably isn't going in, and wow, did she prove us wrong. She had some incredible putts for the round yesterday, and if she can keep that up and go 100% from the circle today, Paige had better watch out.
Here we have our chase card, teeing on hole number 2. This is Sarah Hokum.
It's a beautiful forehand from Sarah Hokum. She makes her way down the fairway. Bit more humid today. Certainly can change the grip and the way that your discs are feeling. Yesterday we were battling with the cold. Today we're battling the same conditions, but it's quite humid.
I'm guessing the shot that we just saw from Kaylee right there was because of the grip. It looked like it slipped out of her hands a little bit early. She was left of the line that she wanted. This is Jessica Weiss.
This is a play we've seen quite a bit on our lead card, is this roller here on hole 2. Fortunately, it seems like she connects with the tree to the left of your screen.
It's great to see Jessica Weiss on the chase card. I know that she has an injury that has been causing her to throw some lefty shots from the tees this week.
Jessica Weiss representing Grass Valley, California. Carded birdie on hole 1, putting herself under for the day, first so far through the round.
One thing to think about for today is just how much movement there can be on these holes. To show that, we can look back at the last 3 rounds between Kat and Paige. They have scored different scores on 36 of the holes out of the 54 that they have played.
That's incredible. I know Heather Young talked about that just a little bit yesterday. She noted how attackable these holes are for both of those women, and when she was asked about her game plan versus the others on the course, she said she just plans to stick to hers, and I think that's what's led her to so much success here. She is currently in 3rd. You know, she's looking to make moves on Katrina, but I'm not sure if she's looking to make moves, as I just said, or if she's just planning to be there in case Katrina makes mistakes.
Well, this course, more than most for the women, has a lot of risk-reward possibilities, and it feels like Kat's going for that risk to get the reward, and Heather is playing a little bit more within herself and allowing the birdies to come instead of pushing for the birdie.
We want to thank everyone for joining us as we catch up with our lead card, ready to tee off on hole 1. Final day of the major of the year in the United States. And here we have the rookie Heather Young, PDGA member since 2017. Yes, that is 3 years ago. She turned pro and accepted cash the exact same year. She's currently 18 years old. She is our Disc Golf Pro Tour Virtual Putting Invitational Champion.
I'd like to say once again how sorry we are that our European players can't join us at this event.
Me too. You have to wonder, where would they be in the standings if they were here competing at Winthrop? Because if I had to make a bet, it would be somewhere very close to the top, if not leading the pack. But it's interesting that you bring that up, because Paige talked about that a little bit. Terry Miller of the Disc Golf Pro Tour asked her, do you sometimes wish you had more of a push from the field? And she said, well, it's, based on whatever scenario I'm in. Sometimes I really want it, and sometimes I'm just at a course like this and a layout like this with the energy that I'm feeling this weekend. I'm happy to have the cushion that I do, and I'm sort of, then she spoke to yesterday when she was worried about the scores, and she only shot 4 down versus her 10 down opening round 1. And in 4th place, we have Owen Scoggins. Owen hailing out of Los Angeles, California. As you said, she's been a PDGA member since 2011, and then the next year decided to accept cash and turn pro. Owen has 11 tournaments this year, 7 wins. She's taken 4th at PDGA Pro Worlds in 2015 and 2014. If you're wondering why you've never seen her before, Owen took almost 3 years off of disc golf in 2016 to go to school, and once her life settled down, she decided she wanted to come out and compete with the best because she loves the game and the women on tour.
Here we have Kona Panis on hole 2. This is her 3rd shot.
It's a great angle.
This is a par 4.
You couldn't ask for a better lie unless it was in the basket, which we have seen.
That was a great shot.
I'm really looking forward to the lead group teeing off here. There's final day excitement. Driving into Winthrop, the weather has changed a little bit. It's a little moodier out there. As we said, it's a bit more humid.
A bit more. It's not raining right now, but it's as if we're walking through a rain cloud, as the humidity, I believe, is about 97%.
Jessica Weiss asking for that to get down. She knows the nose angle that it had means it will skip away from the basket. She'll have a bit of a tester there. I think it's interesting because all year we sort of ask the women, what is it like, knowing that Paige is ahead of you, or knowing so-and-so is ahead of you, how does your game plan change? And it's never about the conditions on the course. It's really just the conditions and scoring. How does your game plan change? What are you doing? Where will you be getting more aggressive? And I really appreciate the answers these women have been giving, in that it's situational. They're not letting anyone else live rent-free in their head going into today, no matter how much they've thought about each other beforehand.
Well, of course, everyone's different, but it's my belief that you play your best if you're not playing against the other person and you're trying to just do your thing at your time, and you're not influenced by whether the person is under the basket for 2 or a 5.
Absolutely.
Here we have Paige for her drive on hole number 1.
Paige was asked if she's more nervous here than at any other event. She said no, but this is her least favorite hole to start off on. It's predominantly backhand. This is a forehand right out of the gate, but she has executed it very well.
Amateur champion, 2012 United States Women's Champion, and 2014 Women's World Champion. Please welcome Katrina Allen. Okay.
That will sneak just under those branches. That is an incredible shot from Katrina, and well done.
That's the best shot we've seen from Katrina so far on this hole.
Welcome, Heather Young.
Just needs that to hang on.
I'm
Close.
really happy that she had a slow mid-range driver there, because I was worried that that was going to turn too fast and hit that protective tree, but she threw that just as she needed to for the stability of that disc. The women have clearly dialed this hole in.
Every woman will be putting for birdie from circle one, and that is exactly what I would expect to see from our leaders. These women are some of the best in the United States, whether they've been here for 10 years or 3. Hole 1 coming in as the 5th most difficult hole on the course, averaging just over par. And I really believe it has all to do with just taking yourself out of position, as you said. You see it.
Sarah finding a path through the pillars.
You're right there. Oh, okay. That's not bad.
I saw it actually. Thank you.
This is sort of the theme of Owen's round from yesterday as well, just being a little bit out of position and having to scramble just a touch. Sometimes these moments that take you out of your comfort zone really help you engage in the round and focus in.
How about like this, okay?
The rule here is that you're supposed to do the least amount of altering to what if there is something in front of your lie, like there's a branch there, she is allowed to have her arm movement go through the branch, but she's supposed to try to minimize the amount of interaction with anything that's in front of her.
Correct, and that was a great birdie for Owen. I love the way she took her time. What a pro, taking away some of that bush with her and her hair. But I just think sometimes getting into those situations right away, when you sort of have to center yourself and think about it, it can really help you dial in your game. And unfortunately, we do see a miss from Heather Young there. Bit of an easier look for her, but she'll have the unfortunate roll away. This is prime example of what can happen here on hole 1.
Sometimes having a little bit of an obstructed lie, it can, if you happen to be nervous about the round or your placement next to the person you're playing with, sometimes having something a little bit different can take your focus onto that part of the game, and maybe it frees you up to play the way that you do when you're maybe not so nervous about the current situation.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm happy to see her make that comeback. That putt was much more difficult than the first one.
It's a great putt from Paige. Really important to control the nose angle and aim correctly on the basket. I've seen plenty of spit outs in my short time in the sport from putts like that.
And that is a star frame. That is the first one for the lead card for this hole. I'm guessing it's the only one for the tournament for the women. For this hole.
As the women will move on to hole number 2.
Hole number 2 is a 530-foot par 4. The initial shot is right up the middle with either a forehand or a backhand. A roller could be a good option as well. It is the second shot on this hole that is more critical, with the OB parking lot coming into play no matter which route you throw. There is also plenty of danger around the basket with the road, parking lot, and fence marking the out of bounds, as well as the protective pillars to the right of the pin.
With that putt on hole 1, Paige Pierce has brought herself again to 20 under par. She did hit that mark yesterday, but was unable to stay there. She did card a bogey or two.
You can see that our visibility has been hampered significantly from this humidity. But it's better than rain. We've seen Paige go with both a backhand and a roller off of this tee.
Keeps it nice and low. You won't get as much distance, but she'll keep herself safe.
And she doesn't need the distance on this hole. That's just fine.
Katrina Allen representing Pipestone, Minnesota. Talks often in interviews about how she misses her friends and family back home, but she just tries her best to focus on enjoying the places that professional disc golf has brought her to, even if it's right before a tropical depression sets in on the final day of a major. Similar play to yesterday for Katrina. Perhaps not as far up the fairway, but again, keeping it nice and low.
As long as you've got a shot that's not obstructed by the big trees at the end of this pretty wide tunnel, you're fine. This is the danger right there. She's going towards that. And oh, she's fine. She's out in the open as well. That's what you want.
Heather Young worked with Simon Lizotte this off-season through Facebook Messenger. She messaged him trying to get tips for distance, and he ended up working with her on the way she approaches a tee pad.
Nice turn on that.
It's a great
that was a
shot
really
from
beautiful
her.
shot. Heather has extraordinary edge control.
She does, and she said in working with Simon, he helped her with consistency, not missing gaps by as much, and that's exactly what you need here at Winthrop. Maybe not the gaps, unless you're on hole 7.
Kona for a putt. It looks like she was in the hazard. I'm guessing that was for a 3. Beautiful putt. Heather's edge control is probably part of the reasons why she is our, I guess you could say, leader in least number of OB strokes for the tournament. She has a total of 6 for the tournament.
Oh.
That does not count, ladies and gentlemen. She does have to putt that in.
In Heather's OB strokes, do you know how that compares to her card mates?
Paige and Kat have had the same number of OB strokes every round. They are at 12 total, and Owen has had also 12. So half the number of everybody else in the card.
Katrina Allen with her second shot on the par 4. Again, she's keeping that low.
That could have been designed by design, but I think it was probably a little bit lower than she intended. Of course, keeping it low means that you are much less likely to skip out of bounds, which could be possible for a backhand hyzer there with the parking lot right on the left.
And we did see a significant amount of rain last night as both the fairways and our studio seems to be very wet. Have to wonder if the pro is thinking about those conditions as she reads the green.
I really like the look of that shot. It's a putt at a birdie. It's a long putt. That was a very controlled, nice shot.
Putting herself in a bit of a similar situation than she was yesterday. Unfortunately, she did miss that putt, having to contend with one of the pillars, and she went OB, came back and saved her bogey putt. And these are all considerations. She does have 6 strokes on the field, putting for birdie from circle 2, but of course, any error and you have a high chance of going out of bounds.
Heather is likely going to play over the parking lot here.
It's interesting to see her still line up this gap. I feel like this is a bit more aggressive, being that she does seem to be a bit more out of position than she was yesterday.
Well, she has the advantage that her shot will be hyzering towards safety, so she is probably thinking if it doesn't get to the basket, it's still going to hyzer in. Oh, I think she missed her line.
That's got to get back in bounds. And she is given a green flag by the spotter.
Well, she's breathing a sigh of relief, but she's not happy with that.
Should I follow? I don't know. That's why.
Feels like she tried to put a little bit extra on to make sure that she made it far enough, and in doing so kind of lost her line.
Heather does have a home course that's in the woods, representing Tennessee. Her family has 16 acres there, and when she took the sport more seriously, her dad built her a course, so she should be comfortable hitting a line.
Nice line drive by Owen. She played that pretty safe. She's going to have a long putt. Hannah, do you know if Heather's other sisters, if any of them play professionally?
They do. Her sister, I'm going to refer to her as the yellow sister because I don't know her name, but all of the young siblings have a color that they chose when they first got into disc golf so they wouldn't get their discs or their clothes mixed up. One of her sisters competes with yellow, and she was at the Idlewild, the Disc Golf Pro Tour's Idlewild Open.
Interrupt you. That was a spectacular drive by Sarah Holcomb on hole number 4. She is in great position. I would expect that she's going to be putting for birdie on that hole after her next shot.
Sarah Holcomb carding the only other birdie. We saw Heather Young card the birdie yesterday. Now she's put herself in position to do it again today. Here's Katrina with her 3rd shot. That is good. She'll be walking away with an easy par 4.
Such great control, such great knowledge of the distance that you throw.
Heather Young has managed to come back inbounds. This is her 3rd shot.
Also excellent
Great
control.
Great hit. Not often you can say that about those pillars, that it was a good hit.
Statistically, they have to help sometimes. Coming in right on top of the basket.
Just excellent. Excellent control.
Oh, not giving it a shot on her birdie attempt. Paige really is not either. There's no shame in taking a par on this hole. This is a difficult hole.
I love seeing the control from these women early, both emotionally and on the fairway. And
no stress on any of those putts, the way you'd like it.
Exactly, and I think this is what I would be looking forward to seeing, who can hang on and just stay in control of themselves. I know we can't read minds. If we could, we'd be just the best commentators in the entire world, but we can certainly read faces and speak as if one of us can speak because she's been there before. I can just guess. But yeah, I'm looking at this, and something that's sticking out to me is Owen Scoggins, circle 1 percentage. Absolutely incredible. Owen, known for being a good putter. Maybe needing to improve her fairway stat just a little bit. Owen only going 78% from the fairway yesterday. She's 83% overall for the event. Heather Young not leading in any stats, but still managed to be in
That's
third.
okay. She's right there on all of them, too, though. Hole 3, 369 feet, par 3. The elevated tee makes this hole play closer to 300 feet. There is hazard along the left side and behind the pin. The key for a backhand is to control or minimize the fade to keep it straight and safe. Players can do that by throwing a slower disc, such as a mid-range or a fairway driver. A forehand is a good option off the tee as well. Such shots need to swing out wide enough or be thrown flat enough that they don't skip into the tree line on the right.
Now, yesterday we did have significant amount of wind by this time. Doesn't appear to be the same, though. The tee pad conditions have definitely changed. That is a very wet tee pad that they're playing off of, given the amount of rain that we saw here overnight.
I think that slipped out a little early, maybe a little lower than she wanted as well.
She did keep her approach nice and slow, and she held that follow through, but unfortunately that disc, as you said, did come out early. Here's Katrina Allen. Let's see if she can get a read off of Pages and make just a little bit of a correction. Sometimes that's challenging to do.
That's left as well, unless it's a super understable disc, which it appears to be.
It's just got to stay in, and it does. She'll be right on circle's edge, putting for birdie from circle 2. It's a great position for Katrina. Paige has also a circle 2 putt, but she has found the hazard. She'll be putting for par from circle 2. If you're watching with us, pay attention to the amount of forehands Owen plays with this disc. She said it's very overstable.
She didn't get the line she wanted there. I think she is also in the hazard.
Yesterday, Heather had a pretty unfortunate hole. This was her only OB stroke of the day. She said it resulted from a bad wind read off the tee. There is no wind, but again, tee conditions are still not the same as what she has practiced.
It's easy to misread the wind on this tee because the tee is completely protected. And being that this is an elevated hole, once the disc is approximately 50 feet off the tee, it is completely exposed. Yeah, that disc never got up to flat.
It felt like her momentum sort of got held back because of the footing.
I think you're right. I think she might have been slightly tentative because of the footing. Cats was almost what she wanted. I mean, she still got a putt there, which for her is very makeable.
And it was good for her. I thought, as we were watching from that camera angle, first of all, thank you to all of our camera ops for giving us such great angles, including this one, our drone shot, which I love so very much. But in watching her throw that angle, I thought perhaps it would skip to the left, meaning it would skip towards the hazard, but it just kept going straight and settling. I have to wonder, is that something that she plans for in throwing that disc? You know, even if she makes an error, she knows just with the flight of it, it will skip forward. It's not going to have a high percentage of skipping left. I mean, we saw how unstable it was in the flight.
Yeah, I like that choice on this hole. She was just couple degrees left of the line that would have put her right under the basket.
Great power there.
I think she'd like to have that drive back to be able to do that one again.
Absolutely. And one thing you were mentioning to us before the show started was Owen is from LA and perhaps not as experienced with playing in weather conditions like this. Wow, what an excellent putt from Paige Pierce for par. That's a great par save.
I hope we get to see that one again. You could tell that that was going in the second she released it. Paige with so much power around the green and so much control.
Putting still a bit of pressure on Katrina. Paige did save her par. Katrina still has an opportunity here to gain a stroke. And she'll mark it, so she'll be taking this from just within circle one. This putt is slightly downhill with OB behind the basket.
Actually, the tree line is not OB.
Oh, it's not.
It's just very unpleasant.
It doesn't matter
Beautiful.
anyways because
Beautiful.
she is going to just put that in the basket. That was a great putt from Katrina. She will maintain her 100% circle one stat going into hole 4.
This is Heather for her birdie.
If she is able to make this, this will be her first birdie on the round. Full commitment from Heather and a great reward for her.
Excellent.
That's what she said she needs to do. Stick to her game plan and much like Own, don't be afraid, just commit. She knows she has all of the skills.
That was a bogey for Own because she had the hazard penalty.
It looks like you're going to get your wish, Juliana. We do have a replay of Paige Pierce's putt. Great putt. Oh my word.
Both of those putts, exactly what they wanted.
It is, and wow, just to make a big putt like that and to just then for Katrina to make her putt and just answer back. This is exactly, I think, what both of these women are planning to do today. Paige unfortunately did find the hazard, so that was for a par, but hole number 4, what can we expect?
381 feet, par 4. This is a low ceiling tunnel, straight shot right off the tee. Position is important on the drive. You want to punch it out far enough so that you can easily throw around the Mando on your next shot, but not too far that you are behind the bend of the fairway. Once past the big Mando tree, the fairway takes about a 120-degree turn back towards the basket, which is almost completely surrounded by evergreens.
Look at the bottom of those evergreens. I'm going to guess that lots of members of the field this week have found themselves under those evergreens, and that's why we're seeing them just be a little bit more bare than
over
average.
The decades they have been cleaned out a little bit.
This is a great shot from Katrina.
Might be a little too far. No.
Similar positioning to yesterday, maybe a touch too far.
I think she'll be just fine because I think she plans on throwing a sidearm there anyway.
Heather Young is 100% on the fairway so far this tournament. So far this round.
Heather had a spectacular drive on this yesterday where she actually turned the corner and was almost beyond the Mando. This is a blind corner from the tee.
She's playing that throwing that understable plastic.
Oh my gosh, it's even better than yesterday.
I love the way that she
It's
shows.
fantastic.
I love the way that she threw that. I love that she's putting that understable plastic on a hyzer and allowing it to flip up, get a little bit more height, but still hyzer out at the end.
That
That's
was
a
perfect.
great fairway read for Heather Young.
Yesterday, Paige threw a little left on her drive. You could tell that she was upset with the drive. She was still in a fine position. That's much better than yesterday. I don't think she's too far. I think she's still going to have a very, very easy, an easier shot than you would have at other points in this fairway. The second shot on this hole is never easy.
So we can see some nerves and excitement. Paige Pierce
Nice.
never one to sit still. And that's a good shot from Owen too.
You could see those green stakes in the ground where Owen's disc landed. That's the drop zone in case you missed the Mando.
That was such a great drive from Heather Young. At only 18 years old, she admits being the youngest FPO on tour can be intimidating, but she thinks it's been fun seeing what she can accomplish, just like shots like this. Look at that disc flip up.
Well, she doesn't let the intimidation change the way that she plays, which I love.
That's so good. And even knowing that it will skip at the end, but it has movement that continues to go in within the Mando. I'm using a lot of hand motions right now. No one can see me because the studio's not on, but we can.
Here we see Paige still has a 5-stroke lead on Kat. Kat has gained 1 stroke over Heather.
Paige started out with a 6-stroke lead, and with that putt on 3 by Katrina, she's managed to gain a stroke. Could have easily been 2 strokes there if Paige had missed, but she hit it from about 60 feet. We're going to catch back up with the women on 4 for their second shots. First we have Owen. And I agree, though she is more to the left, I would not say that she's out of position here.
Oh, no, not at all. She's just fine. And pretty much anywhere out there, as long as she can see that opening, she's going to be able to hit
big
that.
Skip. Just
That's
needs to
natural
settle.
for her.
That's absolutely exactly what you want to do from Owen. That's, well done, but also putting a little bit of pressure on Paige.
See those 2 women tap toes. That has become the new high 5 this year.
That's a very
Doesn't
strong
seem like it's going
shot.
to turn quite enough.
That's what we were worried about. She has put herself out of position for her birdie putt.
It's not too far underneath those trees. She'll have a straddle putt from there, and I think she'll have a good chance of putting that in.
I liked the commitment there, but she is recanting her shot.
Yeah, she just got to stand up a little bit too much.
Katrina has 2 disc options in her hand. I think this is...
She's forced to flex a little bit. She's got to do a right to left and then a left to right, which is certainly possible.
It's got to fight out of it.
That's almost exactly what she needed.
This is just like we saw in the previous hole. Paige slightly out of position and Katrina putting herself in position for the birdie putt. This is Winthrop. It is never over until that putt on 18, and even when you're putting on 18, sometimes things can happen.
It's one thing that makes it exciting to watch this course is that there is so much movement and movement potential on every single hole. This is Heather Young's drive. She can actually see the basket through the trees. She may be the only woman in the division who has been able to see the basket on her second shot.
With you remember Sarah Holcomb was in a similar spot after her drive, but
That looks good. Maybe a little wide.
it's a good angle on that disc. And then that will settle right outside of the bullseye.
She should be happy with that.
I liked how in her interview Heather talked about how attackable all of these holes are for Paige and Kat, and how she knows that, you know, to attack them herself, she doesn't really have the distance that they have. And even if she can throw the distance, she's not throwing the controlled drivers. She has to throw full speed, full distance drivers, which can be difficult to control and put on the correct angle.
There are only a couple holes in this course where the incredible distance that Kat and Paige has is really going to make a drastic difference. I mean, if you play within yourself and you are accurate, as we've seen yet by Heather shooting the best score yesterday, you can score well on this course. Yeah, Paige not even attempting that one. Remember this?
I don't think it really moved, right?
This green does slope away, so if Paige had put that up in the air, it's possible that she could have skipped on that mulch and ended up under the limbs on the back side of the basket.
Paige has moved someone's disc out of position, so the card just makes a decision as to where it originally was, and then you putt from there. No harm, no foul.
Like this, yeah?
It definitely flipped. I saw it. Sorry.
This is a bit of a tester putt for Katrina. She is close, but given all the things,
She just made a putt farther out than this one, though this one is slightly downhill, so that might be a little bit more in her head.
that's what I was worried about. Just not having the correct touch with those downhill putts is.
It was still a solid putt, good line, just inch and a half too high. No worries.
The great birdie for Owen. That will bring Owen to 1 under on the round. 6 under for the event. Here's Paige for her par save. Breathing a sigh of relief as she walks to her putt in the basket. Definitely different facial expressions from Paige versus the first 2 days. She can definitely feel the pressure. And Heather Young will come in for her second birdie in a row and take the tee pad on hole number 5.
The women really played that hole quite well. Again, very impressed with Heather's drive here, putting it through the gap.
Definitely seeing the talents come out on this hole with all of the different shots you have to throw, including this one. She's a bit out of position, gives it a little bit of a flipped up line.
That was a pretty technical shot. She played that extremely well.
We're going to see Heather Young's upshot so good. Just really plays the green so well. Putting herself in position. Unfortunately, Katrina was unable to.
Oh, such a nice looking putt. Just
I know.
a tiny bit too high.
Heather from a similar distance. The women will make their way over to hole number 5.
Hole number 5, 801 feet, par 5. This is one of the most iconic holes on Winthrop Gold. The water is definitely a factor on not only the drive, but quite possibly every shot. 2 strong and well-placed shots may put players close enough to contemplate going over the water on their 3rd shot, but the women may also play safe and throw around the outcropping of trees at the corner of the bend in the fairway. A par is certainly still in the cards going around the outside, and as Paige continues to show us, so is a birdie. I think, though, a throw over the water might be necessary for some of the other women to card that same birdie.
Our feature card is finding A bit of success. We have Sarah Holcomb on hole number 5, putting for birdie from circle 2. She's, I would say, a strong circle 2 putter, and as I was mentioning with Kat's putt, sometimes when you're further back and you have to commit a bit more.
Well, my theory on that is you're not expected to make the 50-footer, but you are expected to make the 20-footer. So there's less pressure. You put less pressure on yourself at 50 feet than you do at 20. So at 20, you might tighten up a little bit, and it takes your timing off. It takes the motion off. So sometimes that's why it's easier to putt from farther out.
Here's Jessica Weiss with her fourth shot on the par 5. Just asking for that to sit. And then she'll have a great putt for that. She'll be putting for par from circle 1. Callie McMorrin with a similar position. She'll also be throwing her 4th shot. These women opting to go around. And that's going to carry away from the basket.
Here we have Heather on her drive on hole number 5. She did this to me yesterday. She made me nervous throwing towards the water, but she knows exactly how far she is throwing and knows that her disc is going to come back. She's in a great position.
And I believe her game plan is to throw over the water. So on her 2nd shot, she'll be looking to get it as close to the water's edge as possible, giving herself the best opportunity to make it over and into the circle.
Remember yesterday, Owen put herself in that ditch and had a tricky stance, which changed her timing and thus made her 2nd shot not exactly what she wanted, and ended up going just barely out of bounds.
I think the trouble with the sidearm here is just trusting it on the right angle. It does slope down right to left as Katrina puts it out. Notice how high it is. She gives it plenty of time to come back, but still.
It's a little shorter than she's been driving on this hole, but that's fine.
Yesterday we saw Katrina play around.
First day she went for it and had 2 OB strokes, and yesterday, we thought she was going to go around.
Oh, that's right. She
go
threw
over
really
successfully.
far on her 2nd shot, and then she ended up going over, and it was.
That's a fantastic shot. That's a mid-range. That's beautiful.
This is Paige's buzz. I believe it's her Hall of Fame, but no, it would be her 5-time buzz. She said her plan on this hole is to go mid off the tee. Big driver for her 2nd shot. She's trying to get around that clump of trees. Zone chip shot, and it ends up being the exact same drive, or in this case upshot, as she throws on hole number 6. She loves throwing that zone. And one thing that we talked about with the women, as we catch up with our chase card here for a moment, is just the women at the top. And for those of you looking to improve things in your own game, when they're practicing these courses, they're trying to throw the discs that go the exact distance that they need to without having to control much of the touch. So Paige on hole 6 talks about how she throws her zone because it goes the exact same distance and starts to fade out as the hole requires. She doesn't have to worry about all of that touch, and she just has to commit.
Yeah, another way of saying that is throw the slowest disc that you can get there, because then you're still throwing hard. When you throw hard, you're typically in the same rhythm with the same release, as opposed to if you're going to let up. Do you let up 60%? Do you let up 65%? And it can make it a little bit harder to get that correct depth. But if you know that you throw your putter 254 feet, if you throw it hard, then you can do that more likely, more successful, more often.
Correct.
Don't throw it to the ground, man. I was like, all right.
Than to try to take a driver and let up the correct amount. Kat's happy that her drive did not land in that little ditch, but she is probably Her run-up is going to be slightly downhill, which will speed up her run-up a little bit, so that does come into play as she thinks about the shot.
And this was a hole in which Katrina carded a double bogey. She says she just wants to get through one of these rounds without one of those double bogeys and without a lot of orange on her U-disc card.
I don't think she's going to be going over the top from there, or over the water.
She is given a green flag, but unfortunately she has put herself out of position.
But maybe not. Maybe she's attempting to go around, and she can go around from there as well as she could from the middle of the fairway. As long as she's not obstructed by one of those trees, which I couldn't quite tell. This is Heather lining up her second shot. Curious if she's going to go to the left of that tree or to the right. I'm hearing that skipped off the water.
Heather Young just waiting on the U-disc scoring app to update, as we see from the spotter.
We see him putting a flag down that indicates that it did go OB.
There's a better angle for us.
So I think that she was trying to lay up on the edge there so that she would be able to go over on her next shot.
Yes. Just needed a touch more of hyzer on that disc. She unfortunately has gone OB.
Paige, big driver, second shot.
Similar
turning it
mistake
over.
to Katrina.
Yeah.
There must be some sort of wind read that they're making out there, or some sort of fairway correction that these women are making, because for them to both make shots like that.
That is curious. They both should be fine. It's going to be a little harder to get a birdie from there, but she'll have no problem getting a par.
Yeah, I think so.
Sometimes when these women play so well, we impose almost impossible standards upon them.
You know, I was really feeling the same way. I have extremely high expectations for these women.
Heather confirming where she should mark her lie. Because of the penalty, this is Heather's fourth shot. She will be going over the water. Oh, she, for the second time in a row, skips it off the water. This one does stay safe.
Heather certainly not pleased with her play on this hole, but yeah, I'm absolutely loving this angle. Great
Like
follow through. I like the correction there.
She didn't quite get over the top of that, meaning she needed to get that a little bit flatter so it would fly straighter and farther.
You think that's the case, or was it just the height she didn't?
Yeah,
I think
obviously
I'm going to trust everything that you're saying.
Her head. I think she was a little scared of that one because of the other one.
There's so many different ways you can throw these discs.
Yes, of course.
But I agree with you there. She has always gone for a straightforward approach. That is in her game plan. And there's Owen with a safe shot. She'll be across the water after 3. Great correction for her game from yesterday. I liked she chose a different driver off the tee, maybe putting herself in just a better position, and then...
That could be it. She could have chosen a driver that is just slightly slower or doesn't quite as far to make sure that she didn't end up in that ditch.
Yeah, because that really messed with her yesterday. And Katrina has actually given herself a really good angle to get around.
This is Kat's third throw. She is obviously going to the right of that tree line.
That slip.
We have seen that quite a bit, actually. It plays longer than it looks. It looked like she was going to hit that outcropping, but now I'm not so sure.
Checking in with our UDisc Live scorer, asking about the wind and fairway conditions. He has responded, really none to speak of. Maybe 1 to 2 miles per hour here and there. Not enough to really affect the women's game, though we are seeing that flag waving in the distance. He said the fairways are just as wet as we would suspect, and the air is thick. It is humid out here in South Carolina. Here's Paige with her third shot.
She should have no problem getting around that outcropping, but I think it's going to be a big ask to put it under the basket.
Yeah, she is slightly out of position here, so she has disked up, putting it out nice and wide, allowing it to skip back in. She isn't near the basket, so don't suspect she'll have much of a birdie look from there, but she will be able to play up and down for par. And here's Katrina. Yeah, see how her weight just was held back? I think she just slipped a little and her body reacted, so it went up and she didn't follow through to the right as much as she'd wanted. That's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I still can't tell if it ended up in the middle of that outcropping. It is possible to go OB. The water kind of goes in there, but I just can't tell. I want to see where it is in there.
On udisclive.com, for those of you at home that want to follow along the way we are in studio, you can go to udisclive.com. In the top left-hand side, there is WNC. That is for the Women's National Championship. And according to the stats that are live and recorded in person with the lead card, Katrina is off the fairway after 3 holes. She has not been called OB, and there she is.
Now that's a fun shot.
That's an amazing... Oh my goodness, Katrina. Wow, that is really difficult and very well done, especially in a pressure moment like that.
Clearly, you never want to put yourself into a position where you have to work a little bit harder than you could have otherwise. But I suspect that after this event is over with, that's one of the shots she's going to be remembered from this tournament.
That was absolutely incredible golf played by Katrina Allen.
Now we're waiting for Heather Young's. I believe this will be her 5th shot, as she's had 1 out-of-bounds penalty. Gentle, smooth, nice.
I believe this is the first time I've really seen Heather Young look a bit uncomfortable out on the fairway, though I am sure all of this is being logged on her short-term memory, and she won't carry this with her throughout the rest of the round. As Owen puts herself up into the circle for par.
Paige with the only remaining birdie opportunity, though I don't think this is going to be a complete go for it if she does get it up in the air.
Oh, I love the loft on that, though. Nice and safe.
Yeah, that was, just in case. Get
Those
it
are
high
what
enough,
my putt looks like on any given day. Not a spin putter. Thank you very much.
Well, drop in par on hole number 5 is just fine. Actually, it's much more than just fine. It's fantastic.
After round 1, Paige Pierce was quoted as saying that course management is the most challenging part of this event and being here at Winthrop. You have to just think of Katrina Allen and the way she just managed that course. She tried something completely new today and going around. Her plan the past couple days was, of course, to... This is a great drive from Jessica Weiss, and I'm getting distracted while I'm trying to do commentary. She changed her game plan on that hole and managed the course quite well, even when she put herself out of position or made mistakes. Though I'm not sure if you could even say that she made a mistake there because it was a slip. It's not something she did out of her own personal error.
True.
It was really just unfortunate in the way that the fairways are playing. That's going to get a
Ricochet
nice
through
kick.
the Mando.
And just managing your expectations and managing your play on the course, having all the skills that you need to throw all the different shots that Winthrop can require of you. And some of them come when you least expect it, just like Katrina having to hit that tiny little 4-foot gap.
I love that shot. That was a really fun shot to watch. I kind of want to go out there and do that shot myself.
If the rain holds off, I'm sure you will be able to later in the day.
Sarah Hokum on hole number 7.
That's a great looking shot. Oh, just
Thought she had the gap, but she does have a look at it.
what can we expect from hole number 6?
Hole number 6, 282 feet, par 3, OB water along the entire left side of the fairway, wetlands behind the green, and roped area to the right of the green are also out of bounds. The hole is reachable, but it takes a wide hyzer to cleanly clear the trees near the pin. Players may also be able to throw a hard, low, straight shot under the tree and find themselves close enough for a putt. One thing to note on this hole is that any out-of-bounds throw can either replay from the previous lie or play from the drop zone.
Owens Goggins first to tee after carding the birdie on hole 4, followed by a par. If you remember, just a few holes ago, she was the only birdie on hole number 4 other than Heather, but Heather unfortunately getting the bogey on hole number 5 after finding the OB.
Not surprised to see Owen throw a backhand. Backhand is really a better shot for this hole unless you're brave enough to throw it out over the water.
Just has to be far enough or sit. Fortunately, that has found the out of bounds. It's exactly the mistake that we've been seeing from some of the women that have competed on the lead card. She'll be going to the drop zone,
Yes,
correct?
she will. It's a 45-foot putt back at the water. Yesterday, Katrina skipped off the staircase going down to the green and went OB on this hole.
Just keeping that nice and wide.
That might be too wide.
I was just going to say, that is following extremely quickly, and I think she made contact with that post.
She's probably a little frustrated with that shot. She corrected too much. Actually, yesterday's shot was not bad. It was, just a matter of inches. That's the name of the game out here. Had it not skipped off of the stairs, she probably would have been right under the basket. That's too wide too, and it's not going to come back. She knew it right away when she released.
She had another slip, it seems, on hole 6.
I like that. Even though I held my breath at the end.
It's interesting to me, Heather has played it to that position 3 rounds in a row now. She's just playing within her game, not trying to get more aggressive.
Kat's clearly throwing this out wider because of her OB in the water yesterday.
Oh, yes, I believe she just came right off that post.
And Paige is just a miscue. She didn't throw the disc the way she wanted it. I can't tell if she threw the initial line that she wanted or not. But she knew immediately that that was not going to be safe.
I'm wondering if she changed her game plan here, because she has been really candid about what disc she's throwing on this hole, and it should be a zone, which is quite overstable. But to see that flip up into Anheuser out is not...
Remember yesterday, I think she slipped on the tee and she had that shot that looked like it was going OB, but it hit the tree and stayed safe. That might have been in her head. Try to throw it out wider, have a cleaner shot.
Clearly she's unhappy with her results and her choices on hole number 6. Heather Young, the only competitor on this card putting for birdie from circle 2.
This is OB, not hazard, as you see Paige pick up her disc. So they will be throwing from the drop zone, which is 45 feet from the pin, putting back at the water. This is Heather for birdie.
8 competitors have found themselves with a birdie on this hole, including Haley King, who celebrated a birthday yesterday. That's a great bid from Heather, but she'll be walking away with her par easily, as her competitors are now starting at the drop zone, looking to save their par all the way back there. I believe it's about 45 feet, yes.
But although it doesn't feel like 45, it feels more like 35 because it's a little bit downhill.
Owen Scoggins, no
So nice.
fear. That was so great. I didn't even want to speak while she was putting because I didn't want to say anything and mess her up, and I'm not even close to anywhere she is.
Great putt. Notice the water behind the basket. It plays less than 10 feet, maybe right at 10 feet behind the pin. Kat made this yesterday.
Oh, just short. Exactly on line. Just short.
Very good effort by Kat. Paige not even going for it. Interesting. Though that is smart. I mean, we don't expect to see Paige being conservative.
Like Owen, Paige's putting is very direct, and a miss can result in being 15 to 20 feet from the basket, in which this case that would be OB and in the water. She doesn't want to give any strokes away, and
Paige doesn't have to be a hero to win this, but if she has any blow-up holes, then that could make things more interesting. So I think that was a very smart choice on Paige's part. Remember, any OB goes to the drop zone. So if you do go for this putt and you go with B in the water, you don't take it right next to the basket. You go back to the drop zone.
Paige and Katrina will be in for bogey.
Owen for her.
Just
Circle
incredible.
3.
I love the fist pump in the wave.
Oh,
Katrina's disc just drops too soon. Thinking it's that nose angle that just a touch too low, given that it was a downhill putt. As the women will make their way over to hole number 7, Juliana, what can we expect from this hole?
This is another iconic hole on Winthrop Gold Course, the bamboo hole. This is 284 feet. It is a par 3. It is very slightly downhill. The toughest part of this hole is obvious that you have to make it through the bamboo gate. Players that miss the triple mando will choose one of 2 drop spots and throw with a penalty. I expect to see the women throwing slower straight flyer discs, such as understable fairway drivers and mid-range. If you make it through the Mando, you are almost assured of being within the 10-meter circle. If you miss the Mando, it will be very hard to save a par.
We did see two of our competitors from the chase card make their birdie putts in Sarah Holcomb and Kona Panis. We saw Sarah's drive hit off the bamboo and rolled right in the middle of the gap, and she was able to make her putt for birdie. Only 10% of the field has birdied so far.
Well, what we've seen in previous rounds is that most of the women aren't actually going for the Mando. They're laying up.
Have to wonder if that game plan will change today. I know Katrina Allen in her interview said regarding hole 7, she just throws an H1. It's extremely overstable. No matter what, it is coming back. She says she doesn't have the distance with that to get around the bamboo, so she's not worried about overthrowing it, but any errors will result in at least a circle 2 putt, and I think that's sort of what we see in any errors. It comes up short, and it looks like she's just laying it up.
I believe Owen went for this yesterday, and I think she made it through. Is that going to come back? Oh, actually, now I remember she did not make it through. She hit the bamboo yesterday, but she bounced back enough that she had a pretty easy shot through. Looks like she's tighter towards the bamboo today, which would be a little bit harder, but she can reach out and sidearm.
That's right, Heather Young and Katrina Allen carding the birdie yesterday during round 3 here at the championship.
Heather's going for the lefty hyzer, which always makes me catch my breath, but she knows her distance and she has judged this very well the last 2 rounds.
That looks...
Oh, a little bit short, but she's fine. She has not missed the Mando. She is not going to have a birdie putt, but she should be fine for a par. Kat's going to do a similar line with her sidearm.
That looks a bit high, but...
She didn't pull it out as much as she did on the previous day. I don't... Oh, we saw a red flag, which means she has crossed the Mando line, thus missing the Mando. That is a gorgeous line.
It's absolutely perfect. A bit short of the mouth, but she'll
I think
be
that's
putting
exactly what she was trying to do.
It's uncharacteristic to see Paige
know.
putt last.
Well, I thought you were going to say it's uncharacteristic to see her not go for it.
Oh, sure. Yeah, she does have 5 strokes on Katrina. They've pretty much kept pace with each other except for that birdie on 3 that Katrina took over Paige.
Yeah, this is the same shot that Paige has thrown every round. So this is an example of her playing her game plan, which is not to be too aggressive on Winthrop Gold.
This is extremely unfortunate for Katrina because she's now putting for par from the drop zone, which, as you said, is incredibly difficult to do.
Yesterday she threw that with more angle, threw it up higher, which would take some of the distance off, and she threw it out wider as well. Maybe you could argue that it's better that she crossed the Mando because being so far off to the right, it's very, very difficult. She probably tried to do a 2-finger roller to get back through the gate. Now she will at least have a good look through the gate, but of course she's got that penalty shot.
Katrina has said her main goal is always to win, but in reality just stick to her game plan and try to give herself the best opportunity at the end of a tournament to win. That was a good effort.
Very pretty shot. Very smooth.
This is a tough putt for Paige.
I don't think she has enough height to really go for that.
I didn't either. Katrina putting for bogey from circle 1. Paige putting for par. This is an opportunity for Paige to get her stroke back, though she already has 5 on Katrina. This is Owen Scoggins with her second shot. Just putting it.
Pretty, not a problem.
Surprised to see so few of these women make the gap. Paige Pierce
I'm
was right on
surprised that
line.
they're not trying to make the gap. But
I think it's safe to say Katrina was trying.
Oh, certainly, and Heather was as well. I'm thinking back to the previous rounds. Paige never once went for this gap.
Right, she just played it very safe into the mouth. It must just be with what you've said. You know, she's throwing her putter, and that's the distance she's comfortable controlling her putter on this hole.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a par.
And getting a little bit more aggressive, you can make mistakes over the bamboo.
Yes.
You can do what Katrina did and just miss it and go past it to the right. You can hit it and be putting yourself out of position.
Yeah, that hole did not tempt the women.
A slow front 9 on this championship Saturday. The current hottest round is Katrina Allen, Heather Young, and Owen Scoggins, as they are all 1 under for the day. It's a bit different than we've seen, but there's a lot of scoring opportunities on the final 9, so I am excited to see that. Heather was asked about her positioning and if she'll be trying to catch the leader. She said she's not sure she has the ability or the time to catch Paige, given how well she's played, but she's certainly going to be trying to get second place. And with that bogey and Heather's par, Katrina has given a stroke to her and allowed her to catch up. She's now 2 strokes out of second place.
Oh, this is
I feel like my lefty would get a better skip than my center arm.
Jessica Weiss on her approach shot on hole 8. I'm kind of hoping we get to see her throw a lefty shot here. She does have an injury on her right arm, and she has been practicing her lefty over the years a little bit due to injury.
A lot. She's been practicing a lot. That's going to get a great skip. Oh no, she has worked her way up and into the bullseye. That's a great skip.
It was probably lower than she wanted, but it worked out just fantastic. She had enough power on that.
Hole 8, one of the understated holes at Winthrop, but I think one of the most essential. It's a really important piece of wooded flavor on a course that can be open at times. The 2 unique design elements are essentially the OB left, which we're approaching now. This was put in to give accurate throwers a chance to compete against distance throwers. And then as we round the corner into a low ceiling green, the second element comes in with the putter post. And it's kind of the same idea, where accurate throwers and good putters can compete against distance throwers. Hole 8, one of the essential pieces of Winthrop Gold.
Here's Owen Scoggins on the tee. She continues to lead the tee box as her card mates card bogey or par on the last holes. She keeps that out nice and right, similar position to what we saw yesterday.
That's where Kat was when she threw her spectacular roller. I'm not sure that Owen has the roller to try there. Heather down the middle, nice and flat. Beautiful shot.
Six birdies on the day so far for this hole. None to record from our chase card. So they are in position to be putting for their birdies, some of them.
I think that Paige intended to be farther to the right there. You could hear her with a little bit of a groan after she released. I think she wanted to be on the right so she could try that roller approach. She's probably going to have to do a backhand or a sidearm approach from where she's at, though she did get great distance. Cat out on the right side, which is what she likes.
Yeah, that never flipped up. And it just kept skipping right across the fairway.
Yeah, I think she wanted to throw it a little bit farther right, and yeah, she just didn't quite control that.
Katrina keeping it out right, just like she usually does.
She does catch that tree at the end.
And she caught a tree, I believe, yesterday too, trying to keep it down the fairway.
Yeah.
She did scramble well, from what I can remember. She was able to grab a par, but unfortunately that was one of the holes that she lost a stroke to Paige on, who carded the birdie.
Notice the yellow pole here. That is the mando for this hole. Players must throw to the left of that. In other words, they can't throw over the baseball field, but not too many people would want to anyway. This shows you where the bottleneck is, where it really tightens up.
As we see Katrina lining up her second shot. Katrina carding back-to-back bogeys on the last two holes. A little shaken up, not the scoring opportunities she's looking to make, but still 6 strokes back with 10 to play.
On day one, Kat had a phenomenal roller here and carded the eagle. It's a little high on the hill.
She just needs to work that past. It does flip up, and she'll get a green flag. That's a great second shot for Katrina. I kind of like that play for her because she's so confident with that roller, and as long as she can make it past the stakes, if she's hitting the OB fence, she's never going over the fence. So
you're right.
She's always going to be safe.
You're right. It is a safe shot from there. She has plenty of control, and as we saw on day one, that there's an opportunity to be spectacular.
Owen Scoggins with her second throw on the par 5. Opting for that strong forehand. Trying to read what that disc is. It's a mystery.
It's a little high on the hill, but it's pretty good. Oh, that roll is going to help as long as she's past the OB, or actually it's hazard. But no, it is OB there. She's in great position. She should have an opening for a sidearm for the approach.
Given the circumstances of this hole and the difficulty that it is giving our field, that is exactly how you want to play it.
Being a lefty, Heather just needs to punch this low and flat, follow the fairway as it naturally and gently curves back to the right. It's a little bit too low. She's on that slope, and she's going to have some stuff in her way. But remember, this is a par 5, and the women are only lane 2 right now, with the exception of Paige, who has not thrown her second shot yet.
It's interesting watching the change in emotion as the camera pans from Heather Young to Paige Pierce. Paige setting up to throw her shot. Granted, Heather is focused while she's throwing her shot, but immediately after it's thrown, Paige will stay in that mentality, and Heather will just turn around and smile at whoever's...
Oof, I had a hard time watching that one. She was close to the tree, at least from our angle. I think many players have hit their hand in their backswing once in their career.
This is Katrina yesterday. Oh, there's no way this could be yesterday. This has to be round 2. This has got to be...
That's round 1. That was her fantastic roller to set her up for the eagle.
This will be today's. You can see the change in weather conditions. And the same just needs to stand up sooner. And if it had, that would have been nearly identical, I feel, to that first shot that we saw from her. That was... I mean, that is not an easy shot.
Well, I'm impressed that she found that. I didn't know that that was there until I saw Kat throw that. So she very clearly throws that outside route to put her in the position that her roller is attuned to give her a chance at that eagle.
Katrina says she's been playing since 2011, and we've always played the men's pads unless there was water or special circumstances. That's why she learned to throw farther using rollers or just by advancing her game, and that's why she gets excited to throw in a course like this with these longer par 5s.
Oh, Heather's farther back from the pin than I thought. This is a tricky shot.
This is a tricky shot.
It looks like she's opting for that high gap, which could put her under the basket, but there's also more danger.
This is not sticking to her game plan under all circumstances, but as I said, she is a woods player.
Well, she didn't quite get it, but at least she's in front. She should have an open approach from there.
She certainly hit the gap, but that is a tough shot. I'm not sure that I agree with that decision there.
I think that's one of those cases where you take the shot that you are most comfortable with, and for some reason that was the one that felt right to her.
Owen has given herself a better look at the basket. She'll be throwing her third shot on this par 5, looking to get herself up into the circle for her birdie attempt.
Yeah, this should set up nicely for her sidearm.
She's just got to control that height.
Oh, she's gone a little bit past it. I was wondering, she was still throwing that same yellow disc that she's been throwing on her drives, and this is a significantly shorter shot.
I think she was looking more for the stability than the distance
to get
there.
The skip to go up the hill, which, being such a strong putter, she may not need.
She'll be putting for birdie from circle 2, so a bit of a scramble. She'll still walk away with an easy par.
This is Paige's third shot. Very nice.
Paige Pierce putting for birdie from circle 1. She said after round 2 she wore the same hat. It's got a tie-dye Paige Pierce logo on the front of it. She got endless messages about where people could find that hat. So safe to say she was getting lots of style points after day 2. And Heather's situation on this hole makes me think, you know, Paige and Katrina continuously saying in their interviews, if you're out of position, just don't go for it. Get yourself back to where you need to be. And she was out of position on her second shot, went for it. Now she's forced to play it out for par from circle 1.
Although she just showed us that she can do that little forehand flick very well. I think she put a little bit too much on the previous one and got off her line. Still just singing cat's praises for that beautiful roller. Even this one was not nearly as good as round one, but look at, she's still got a long putt. So even mediocre roller puts her in position for a potential at an eagle here.
She is running it. Go in.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Oh my word.
Once again, I think I need to apologize that I'm putting such a high expectation on these women, because she showed us that she can throw such a fantastic shot. So now when she throws only a good shot, it's graded relatively to the fantastic shot.
Well, these women have certainly been showing us what they're capable of. Paige Pierce, Katrina Allen, Heather Young, and Owen Scoggins all walking in to their upshots. And remember, Owen will have the opportunity to birdie, but she's put herself out into circle 2. That's about somewhere around 40 feet from the basket. And uphill. We saw her with a similar putt today. She does have the power. Will she be able to make the correction?
Well, it's a scary putt to go for, because there's a likelihood of a roll away if she misses.
He seems unhappy with that attempt.
I think she's unhappy that she put herself there for that attempt. Paige for birdie.
Simple enough. And none of these women giving themselves even a chance of having to contend with those pillars.
Yeah, they were a non-issue.
They were all on the left side today. And with that, Katrina and Paige will walk away with the birdies as we head into hole number 9.
Here's the bird's eye view of number 9. The women are teeing in the upper right-hand corner, and the pin is to the left of the cars on the lower right-hand corner of the screen. Hole 9 is a 592-foot par 4. This hole requires a very controlled drive. The landing area may not look that tight, but with right to left slope, it definitely plays smaller than it looks. Though it will be reachable by most, I expect that some of the women will lay up their second shot along the straight fairway to minimize the distance to the island green. Players must land inbounds on the island before they can play from the island, so a shot that flies over or lands in and skips out cannot be taken from the island. Yesterday, both Kat and Paige found the out of bounds on this tee.
This will be the first hole in quite some time that Owen Scoggins will not be teeing off first. Paige Pierce has taken the tee box back. I believe for the first time since hole 3. Going to catch up with our chase card here. Kona Panis having quite the struggle on this hole. She just needs to get it up into the green, and it seems like, according to UDisc, she is having some issues. She currently has 3 OB strokes against her for this card. She'll be putting for a very high number, but she's got to be proud of her performance this results so far. I mean, she has been involved in the pro scene for a while. She built up her media presence and her own brand before coming out and showing the world what exactly she could do in disc golf. She's really allowed us all to be a part of the journey. So, playing this well at a major, she's kept herself on the chase card 3 days in a row.
Now there's very little wind today, so it's not an issue, but notice how, oh, she did slip on that tee. Notice how this is a protected tee pad, so if there were wind out there, it's hard for the women to tell what it's doing because they don't feel it on the tee.
And these are new tee pads, though I don't think this one is new. This seems like it's the same position as they're playing for the United States Disc Golf Championship this afternoon.
I have seen this hole in this position in years past. Kat also slipped, and it is the tee that the men are playing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not a new tee for this particular event.
Reached out to my friend doing live scoring on UDisc and asked about the tee pad conditions earlier in the round. He's walking with the chase card and said they are liking the turf and the wet conditions, but that is only on the forward tees. And Owen with a great.
That was nice control there, just needed to get around that tree.
And that's a great first shot for Owen, exactly where you need to be. Just keep it safe.
One thing that I think could get into somebody's head is if you do see a person slip on the tee pad before you, especially if you see two people slip on the tee pad before you, that could make you second guess your footing.
Absolutely, as we see Heather take her time.
That's close to the line. I'm not sure if that's in or not.
This is Paige Pierce's slip. She still manages to get the disc out in front of her, but
I'm impressed that she was able to hold on to that while her foot was sliding, and she didn't get the power that she normally gets, but she came close to the line that she wanted, and she was able to stay in bounds with some help from that tree.
Katrina able to stay in bounds as well. I think that was a small fist pump that we saw from her after her drive because she did hit that tree and it kept her from going and carrying out of bounds.
Here you can see the island green.
Heather Young has managed to find the OB on hole number 9. This will be her second OB stroke against her during this round.
I don't think that Heather will be going for this. She's going to be laying up towards the end of the fairway so that she's got an easy approach to the green.
Right, because it's important to remember that you have to land on the green before you advance. So even if you touch the green and roll OB, you do not get to advance to the green. It's a good angle on that.
Yep, that's all she needs.
Bit of different preparation before the shots than we're seeing given the last 2 days versus this one. Lots of towels, a couple of women carrying umbrellas with them. Wet conditions out there. Little bit of everything here at Winthrop.
It's still wet, but look, we have some shadow out there, so at least we are getting in half the round without rain. Kat also laying up.
Katrina doing all she can to just keep herself safe, stay within her game. Believe it was you that was singing Heather's praise before our show today, just keeping the blinders on.
It takes a lot of maturity to be able to play within yourself when you are playing with such great players, and it's possible that she has, you know, a little bit of an awe playing with
Absolutely.
Kat and Paige, as they are two of the best players who have ever played this game.
And Owen is such a well-rounded player.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Hole number 9 coming in as the second most difficult hole. What a great shot of the fairway there for you. Only one player carding the birdie so far, and that is Haley King. I keep seeing Haley King carding the birdies, so and going to UDisc and checking up on how she is doing. She currently has 4 birdies and 1 eagle, bringing herself to 3 under for the round. That's the current hot round out of the entire field. She's in 10th, moving up 2 spots. And that eagle putt was from the edge of circle 1.
So the question here is Heather going to play safe to the fat left side of the fairway, or is she going to try to put this under the pin? Remember, the OB is maybe 10 feet behind the pin.
Oh gosh, just short.
She did go for the pin. She left it a little bit short.
She is out of position. She is, I noticed that right away when she did her upshot. She is further back than we've seen her, so she has pulled out her rangefinder and tried to assess the shot.
There's about 10 meters in front of the pin, and there's 10 feet behind the pin. So I think the women are erring on the short side, and that was too short.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you. All of the women on that card were rooting for her in that moment.
Oh, absolutely.
They are
were.
all trying to see her do her best. She has made such strides of improvement in such a short amount of time.
I like the angle. I can't tell the distance.
That looks good, and she'll be in putting for birdie. I think so often in disc golf we try to build storylines about these women competing against each other, and I think that's a theme in women's sports in general, is women versus women, and Ricky versus Paul, Katrina versus Paige. But these women want to see each other play their best golf. You don't want to beat someone when they're not playing their best.
Well, absolutely. You want to beat the field when the field is playing its best. I mean, that's when you're most proud of your accomplishments. Paige keeping that nice and flat, easily getting it into the island green. Heather will get to take it to the edge, as that is the last place that she was safe.
Unfortunately, Heather has found the OB. That's 2 OB strokes against her on just this one hole. If you remember, she was OB off the tee as well. She'll be able to advance further, as Juliana said, but she'll still need to make it onto the green. Here's Owen Scoggins with her 3rd shot.
Going with a backhand here. We have seen her throw that pink disc on her backhand. Did it stop? I don't think it did.
Slip there, but
I think that might have gone OB past the basket. That's no?
Yes, according to UDisc, it has gone OB. I thought I might have seen it right there in the circle, but
That's what she wants.
That is exactly what she wants. That's a great correction. She'll have no problem putting that, though. I'm sure she will be disappointed in her result.
Around here? You can do it around here?
This is Own on her 5th throw. Very nice. You know, this is an elevated basket, and I'm curious if subconsciously, when you're lining up your approach shot, if that makes you put just a tiny bit more power on it. Here we have a second look at Kat's very nicely controlled sidearm. Paige's very flat, beautiful approach. Heather putting it right under the pin.
Katrina for par from circle 1. Not an easy make. If you remember, we have spoken about this basket. It is slightly higher, though those seem to be comfortable putts for her.
Well, and at least she's not putting towards the OB.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I expected. I just think the higher putting that she has to do, the better, because she has to fully commit. There's no holding back there.
You're right, and she's going to have to use a little bit more lower body to get the power, which might help the timing of the entire shot.
And that's Paige in for her par from circle 1.
Never a doubt.
This is exactly why this hole is playing as the second most difficult. It's not necessarily the tee shot or perhaps the up shot. It's making it onto the green and then making your putts, and that's where Own and Heather Young both struggled on this hole. A little bit of a change in action at the top with that 6, which is a double bogey. Own has given her 4th place position to Sarah Holcomb, who has just walked away with a birdie on hole number 10.
Look at Haley in the 10th spot, shooting a 3 under so far through 10 holes.
Good, okay. I have so much clothes on.
Catching back up with our chase card, Kona Panis is putting for par from circle 1. She'll be in. Bit different of condition for her. Yesterday she was putting for eagle from circle 1, missed, and had to walk away with the birdie. These holes are tough. You know, Kona has carded a 10 on hole number 9, and that is, we saw the same thing from Own.
How many OB strokes did she have on that hole? Looks like she had 3. Here we have hole number 10, par 4, 329 feet. If you take the direct route, this hole plays like an island green. The OB starts right at the end of the tee. The pin is within reach for all of these players, but the landing area is basically the 10-meter circle. So players have to be confident in their accuracy as well as their distance. It is important to note that on this hole, all OBs will be played from the previous lie. For those wanting to play a more conservative shot, they can throw about 35 degrees to the left off the tee, and it shortens their distance to the pin, and they are still in contention for a birdie.
Owen Scoggins still leads in that circle 1 putting percentage, but Katrina has taken over every stat listed here, including parked percentage from Paige Pierce. Circle 1 in regulation just means how many times is she putting for birdie or better from the circle. If I had to guess, I would assume that both her and Paige will be putting for birdie or better on hole number 10, given that they've both eagled it multiple times throughout this event. But it's interesting to me to see Paige fall down in the stats and to see Katrina continue to.
The stats are pretty close, so again, Paige doesn't need to be a hero to walk away with the win here.
Bit windier today as she throws her shot on hole 10, hanging it out nice and wide, just needing it
Not
to
coming
come
back
back.
quite as much as it has previously, but she's still on the green.
Bit of a tester for an eagle, but that's just fine.
Doesn't look like she's particularly pleased with it, but it certainly wasn't a mistake.
Looks like the wind has died down just a bit for Katrina Allen's shot. See how she can do on her first drive here. And she does keep that just a bit. Oh, wow.
Almost jumping up into the rocks. Based on how the spotter moved, it looks like it may have rolled, but we did get the green flag, so we know that it's at least in bounds. Own opting for the conservative play, throwing off to the left. That is an aggressive conservative play.
As we saw from her yesterday as well. That Onsen, her game plan was to just be fearless. She knows she has all the skills she needs to take down a good score at a course like this, and she just needs to not get in her own way.
I don't know the rules.
Oh, based on the fact that they're discussing something, I'm guessing that Own was out of bounds, and so they're trying to decide if Own should rethrow or if it should be Heather's throw. They are playing it the way the rules read, in that OB strokes that need to re-tee will re-tee right away.
It's another
I think
pretty
she's
aggressive
safe
stroke
there.
from Own, but she will be on the fairway.
Heather also opting for the conservative play.
She will be successful.
Now it does make it shorter to approach, but not significantly. As you notice, they are throwing quite a bit to the left of the basket. Paige has been dialed in on this in the previous rounds.
And this looks identical to what Katrina just threw, the same line and height. And then here's yesterday, a bit lower, but still has the power and the distance. And that's going to make its way over to the left. But then today, she'll hang it out very wide right, flips up, and it just doesn't make its way back in time. She'll be not parked for eagle today, but she's still putting for eagle from circle 1.
And I'm going to guess
I
that
apologize, from circle 2.
I guess she's going to have a solid attempt at that shot.
We'll catch up with Heather Young as she throws her second shot. Heather is currently still in solo third. She has 3 strokes on the competitor that is in fourth, and Sarah Holcomb.
Heather did birdie this from this position yesterday. This is an example of her playing her own game.
I believe she said, "I will continue to play my game even if it isn't as exciting to watch as some of the other women." That's a great upshot there from Heather. Great control, and similar to what we saw in hole 9 with her approach shot. Heather clearly frustrated, taking a lot more OBs than she has in previous rounds.
Oh no, look at this lie.
That is a bit of a scramble. Owen is a forehand player, so
That is a permanent part of the course. She cannot take relief from that.
That is not something that you want to have to deal with. But again, like we said on hole 1, putting yourself in a little bit more of an uncomfortable situation can sometimes really help you focus on the shot and not take anything for granted.
Well, and it really doesn't physically come into play on a sidearm.
So well executed by Owen.
Yes.
Never a doubt there.
If she had had to throw a backhand there, that would have been much more trouble.
Here's Paige with her eagle attempt from circle 2. And are those stakes, they look like they're red on top, are those OB or hazard stakes?
Those are OBs, but she...
And it seems like she's not able to take relief. She must be further away from them than I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
beautiful.
Great putt by Paige Pierce.
Very solid. I had a good feeling about that one. There was no danger. She was putting uphill. She's comfortable with that.
That is such a great momentum push for Paige Pierce. And she says the final 9 plays well into her game. So she's already walking into her comfort zone area on the course. She's already confident, and now with putts like that, finds herself just a bit out of position off the drive, but still manages to capitalize.
Oh, and once again, we're putting her on almost a impossible standard, because she put it in circle 1 or right on the edge. I can't tell. I think that out of bounds is basically the circle 1 line. So she put it on the green, and we're complaining because she's more than 5 feet away.
Owen will be in for bogey from circle 1. Bit of a slow start for Owen on this back 9, but she's only finished outside of the top 10 5 times in her entire pro career as a competitor, and that's an absolutely incredible stat.
Should mention that Kat just had that drop in for her eagle.
2 eagles on hole number 10, and as I said, we are walking into the part of the course where Paige is confident. You know, she's comfortable, she's confident, and I don't know, the tournament is almost over. She still has several strokes in the competitors. Anything can happen, as we saw, and I'm sure as you know. I don't know what to feel in my heart.
I suspect that she has an optimistic calm, but you know, she's not taking anything for granted yet. She did lose her focus a little bit on the final 6 holes. I think that was round 1. So she needs to keep playing her game, not to be too aggressive, but she should be able to walk this in without too much difficulty.
Right. So we move into hole number 11.
This is a 730-foot par 5. Taking a little off the drive here to make sure that you land short of the hazard on the left is a good play. For the second shot, a controlled drive over the hazard that lands between the next 2 hazards will set you up nicely for a straight, low-flying approach. I think it is important to keep your distance down on this hole to minimize fade that could result in skips into the hazard. Because of the right to left slope near the basket, a sidearm approach or a flat landing backhand will have a better shot at staying in bounds. Here we have Kaylee. I'm guessing that's her 3rd shot. Nicely done. Katrina on the tee. She is not throwing a driver. She is laying this one up. She has been high on the hill in the past couple rounds. It looks like she's going for that lower route today.
She will be
I like that position
safe.
a lot. I think it's much easier to attack this hole. Well, you're not really attacking. I think it's much easier to get the second shot safe from that lower position than it is from the higher position.
Heather getting onto the fairway after her first shot, making it look all too easy, just keeping it simple.
Also playing for the lower side. I think that's fantastic.
That is a great position as well. Owen just needing to continue to keep pace. She's dealing with Sarah Holcomb, who's pushing. She's 3 down through the last 4 holes, and
Here we see Paige throwing a slow flying disc down into the left position.
Holcomb has caught up to Owen. She's 2 strokes ahead of her and solo 4th. She's currently putting for birdie on hole number 11 as we get to see some replays of what our women have done out here at Winthrop. I'd like to welcome you to the coverage. If you're just joining us, hello and good morning. Hannah Macbeth, joined in studio by 5-time world champion Juliana Korver, the only woman to cash at a United States Disc Golf Championship, which will happen later this afternoon.
Here we have Kona on the green of 11.
It's a great commitment from Kona.
Had the height. I liked the flight. Clearly she was offline a little bit.
She's given herself a good position. That was for birdie, so she will be, we want to say, walking away with a relatively easy par from there.
Kat needs to keep this flat. Make sure that she can stay in between the ropes.
Something of note as we watch Katrina throw her second shot is Sarah Holcomb's currently 3 down for the round. She has the tied with the hottest score with Katrina Paige and Haley King.
Looks like Paige is throwing a mid-range again. I like that call.
And I believe she throws it for moments like that. It hits the ground, and it really, because of the short edge, I'm not sure what adjective to use, but blunt edge, it doesn't have much movement once it hits the ground. It really just stays.
Well, it doesn't turn in its flight, so it lands flatter than a high-speed driver.
Oh, it's got to get up if it's going to be safe. And it does. Oh, it sounded and it seemed from her shot that she had a little bit of a slip. I'm really happy with that result for her. She's really got to just keep it in bounds. We're seeing the same conditions as I'm falling all over my words. It's still wet, thick air. Starting to dry up. We did see the sun come through, but very wet conditions for these pros out here today.
I think that's really good. You can see that the fairway opens up. It's kind of the natural landing area for the women if they lay up short. one of the few holes where you can say, hey, that's nice. Thank you for giving us this little spot.
Sure.
So it's a little bit easier to land in that opening and then approach the basket.
Absolutely. Hole 11 coming in as the 8th most difficult hole on the day, averaging just over par. 9 competitors walking away with the birdie, including Sarah Hokum, who, as I said, has brought herself up and into solo 4th place ahead of Owen Scoggins, 3 strokes behind Heather Young. Heather had she had Kat within the grasp, but unfortunately she had some errors on the fairways, and Katrina is ahead of her by 7 strokes now. Here's Paige with her 3rd shot.
Well, she let that go a little bit early, but because she threw a slow flying disc, she was absolutely fine. You could hear her reaction when she let go of that.
Slow flying and understable.
Yes.
That disc just went straight, and
she wanted to put it right on line with the basket. I think that's why the reaction.
do you think she was trying to throw it in? I mean, if she had really put it on line and gone higher, given where it ended up, I think she might have been trying to throw that in. I know it kind of sounds crazy, but I mean, if you think about where she just ended up, she's right outside the bullseye.
Oh, yeah,
Had she
yeah,
put just a little bit more power on that,
we would have no idea that wasn't exactly what she wanted if she hadn't given us the verbal indication.
it would be very on brand for her to get aggressive when no one is expecting her to. She's always competing with herself and competing with the course.
It's a little right of the basket.
I don't mind that play as much.
No. The only difficulty is that psychologically it might be a little bit harder to putt downhill with the hazards around than it is to putt uphill.
Heather Young will put herself up into the circle with Paige Pierce, both of those competitors putting for birdie. And here's Katrina with her 3rd shot, looking to do the same.
This is reminiscent of the shot that she had yesterday, and she put it right under the pin.
It's great control for not having a single forehand approach.
That is spectacular. So good.
It's all about those games within the games, and I think sometimes it's CTP from your approach shot. Have to wonder if they have a little game going, because that was absolutely perfect. And so were the other twos.
This course can be mentally fatiguing, so anytime that you can put it under the basket and take away the stress of a putt, the better.
This is interesting to me.
Why she's going backhand. We've seen her throw backhand on many of her approaches.
Yeah, that was a bogey remark from me. Now I'm thinking like she's matching the angle of the hill. Of course, she doesn't want to throw a forehand approach too hard and stand up and roll away. But just watching Katrina do it so perfectly, I'm like, wait.
It just comes back down to the comfort zone. So clearly, Owen is very comfortable from that distance throwing that shot flat. And similarly, Kat is very comfortable from the distance that she was at throwing the sidearm flat.
9 competitors have birdied this hole already, and now all 4 of our lead card women will have an opportunity to be a part of that grouping, given that they're all putting for birdie in Circle 1. Great putt for Heather Young. She's currently 86% from the circle for the round. It's got to feel good to go back-to-back birdie on the final 9.
That's
Paige
nice. That's
up
really
and in
nice.
for her birdie. Well, and checking in with the leaderboard, Sarah Holcomb continues her birdie streak. She's got back-to-back birdies, and starting on hole 7, she went 4 down. She's currently 4 down for the round. She moved herself up 1 spot into solo 4th. Haley King also in 2nd place for the highest round of the day so far. She's moved up 2 spots, is currently putting for bogey from circle 1 on hole 12, unfortunately, but still lots of movement happening out there.
This is Kona, I'm guessing on her approach shot for hole 12. She has made it onto the green.
That is correct.
Playing it a little bit to the safe side. That is a long putt with
I didn't see a flag.
the slope going away behind the basket.
Maybe there's not a flagger down there.
Again, the second shot here is almost always blind. I don't think Kona knows whether or not she stayed in bounds.
Maybe they pulled him because they don't really. You don't necessarily.
Another spotter up there?
Yeah.
We did. Did I get it green?
You did. You're good.
Oh, okay, cool.
Sorry, I didn't see him.
Sometimes, actually I think all the time, that's part of the fun on this hole in the course design, is that even if you throw the shot you want, the way that you want, you still have to wait for that spotter's flag to pop up over the hill. There's so much that can happen. That seems like a great line. It's going to be safe, nice and wide.
In 2000, the World Championships were in Michigan, and during the final 9, the first hole, I'll get back to my story in a second. This is hole number 12, 639 feet par 4. Here we have a fun elevated tee. This isn't, however, an invitation to throw as hard as you want, as there is hazard on both the right and left side of the fairway. Players wanting to get a little more aggressive can throw the anhyzer, but if they turn it too much, they will find the hazard. The second shot is likely to be blind due to the topography of the hole. That, combined with the encroaching hazard line around the basket, makes the approach quite difficult. At the basket, we have another sloping green with OB long left and hazard short right. So, back to my story about the 2000 Worlds. The first hole of the final 9 or final 18, I think it was just a 9, was a 90-degree turn left. And the first woman gets up on the hole, throws their shot from the tee. It looks good. The spotter in the middle of the fairway takes off at a sprint. We're all so worried. Well, okay, that was terrible. Then she comes back and she's set. The second player throws her hyzer again. It looks good. She takes off at a sprint. She did it for all 4 of us. We get down there. We walk to the corner of the green. We turn around so that we can see the approaching angle. All 4 of our shots are right in the middle of fairway with flags right next to them.
Oh no.
It was the sweetest thing, but we were all so worried that we were right in the middle of these huge dense trees, but nope, we were in the middle of the fairway.
That's so funny. Yeah, spotters are great. We definitely appreciate all of the ones who have been helping keep everything going here at Winthrop. And right now, there's no spectators or caddies, so they're the ones keeping the energy up. And thank everyone for tuning in at home. And as we just saw, a lot of great stats from Owen Scoggins. Certainly exciting to be able to watch best women in the United States compete at the major this year. As we see our current #1 FPO, Paige Pierce, #1 in the world and #1 for the tournament. Paige is currently 4 under for the round, bringing her to 23 under for the entire event.
Paige lining up that aggressive shot yesterday.
She's been playing that really well.
She did find the hazard yesterday. She's corrected today. She's in a great position. That is a very long drive.
That was a great correction too. I loved how she played it out a little bit left, allowed it to move to the right, but still have time to come back in bounds. That was, just as you said, the error that she had yesterday.
Kat is also throwing the aggressive line.
Very
I
straight.
hope that's stable. Overstable.
Definitely appears so. It just needs to get some good movement on the green.
Good.
It's a great result for Katrina. Wow, that disc was stable. She threw that completely straight. And
I was a
never
little worried
wavered.
on that one. I think Heather will play the natural hyzer a little bit straighter off the tee.
Chugged out a bit wide, but it's got plenty of space. Then I'll come
That's a
in.
very safe shot. There's nothing wrong with that.
I think Owen is looking for a similar line. She's
Yeah.
been a little off on the fairways today. 79% fairway hit. She'll be looking to improve that on the next few holes. That's a great shot. She'll get a green flag as well as the women move down, hole number 12. Again, coming in as the 5th most difficult hole. Here's a great shot of the green, averaging just over par. Macy Walker, the only pro to walk away with a birdie, but after these drives from our leading ladies, I'm safe to assume that we will see more birdies carded from this lead card. This is such a great angle of her flight as that hyzer's out just in time.
Big drive.
Huge. That was so key. And Katrina
Notice
with a
how-
completely different approach.
Right, Kat keeps it low to keep it out of the OB.
She gets good skips. And here is our leader, Paige Pierce, 86% from the fairway, 100% from the circle today. That is exactly what you want to be with your lead here at Winthrop. Just unwavering. Only 2 bogeys on the day, 1 blemish on her scorecard. That's all the way back on hole 6. She will be the last to throw her second shot because that was one crush of a drive from Paige Pierce. This is a great, so even though this is a great angle, but the women can't see
No.
that far down
Yeah.
the fairway from where they are because of the elevation changes.
Here's a good shot where you can see just how there's a spine in the middle of this fairway that they can't see over. Paige might be far enough up the fairway that she can see the top of the flag, but Heather is throwing a blind shot. She's probably going to stay on the left-hand side, play a little bit more conservatively, try to follow the fairway. I like that. Good distance.
Oh.
Following the fairway. Oh, I misread that. I thought that she was just fine on that. She turned it over a little bit too much. That is out of bounds.
That is unfortunate for Heather Young. She has gone OB on her second throw. I liked it too. I thought maybe it had stood up just a little bit too much, but I did like the way that it came back. I mean, I did like the angle that she put it on, or at least the line, I should say, but it just seems like she's having a little bit of trouble committing to those hyzers today. Now that is hazard that Owen is having to contend with, so she will be unable to take relief from that line.
I have a question.
Owen does,
You run from this side?
Owen does have the distance to get to the pin. She can see the flag. She might be going for this.
Oh my God.
She doesn't like it, but I'm not sure why not. Is it too short? Yes.
Oh, that is too short for Owen. And she knew it right away. It's a tough upshot. It's, we saw the drone footage. Remember, these women are not able to see the green. They really have to know their discs and trust their discs.
Kat has gone for this every time so far. Yesterday she found the green. The previous day she was in the hazard. She absolutely has the distance, and she's far enough up there that she can see the pin, which is a big advantage.
That's a huge advantage from what we just saw from Owen. And she's still choosing to do a run up, just showing you how far away this is. Though it looks so close and so easy, it's all internet distance. Nice and wide and high, that's going to keep cruising left. That's a
Very
great
nice
play
read.
from
Very
Kat.
nice read
She
by
is so
Kat.
good at reading these greens.
Yeah, she is. That's why
That
she has
is-
such a high percentage
Oh.
on hitting the fairways.
You can learn so much from watching Katrina attack these greens. You saw how she put it out nice and high. That means any mistakes, that disc is going to come left. It doesn't matter if it flips up a little bit. Because of the height, that is going to continue to work itself left. And also, she's cut off any of the going too far mistakes that you might see.
Wow, look at how much of the basket she can see. She is so far up this fairway. She's likely throwing either a putter or a mid-range, and she's not even throwing it that hard.
And then you see Paige with a completely different approach and a similar result. These two women are just, this is incredible. We are so lucky that we're able to watch them compete on such a great stage and a great course, because the difference in their play with similar results, it's really, really just awesome to watch.
They're really controlling themselves well. That drive is not easy, coming down the hill and keeping it inbounds, turning it like that, taking that much distance off, making it that much easier to attack for a birdie.
It's also important to remember that we do have a tropical depression on the way to our area. It is forecasted to hit us today. These women have managed to compete through nearly 12 holes without much rain, though the conditions are still wet given how much rain we've experienced overnight.
That's why I think it's like almost in and not as far out. Yeah.
This is Heather for her 4. That would be a par on this hole.
Heather Young finding herself in the OB, but sticking to the game plan and just playing it up and down. Gotta admire that. She has given herself quite a cushion over 4th place, though Sarah Holcomb is continuing to push.
She really has a lot to be proud of this week. She's played fantastically. And again, she's shown a lot of maturity in her game.
Here's Owen with a great approach. Oh my gosh.
That was also Owen's 4th shot.
Heather Young, though new to the scene, has played 28 events this year. She has 15 wins, 10 events on tour, and she's only finished outside the top 10 once. That was at the Idlewild Open, where she took 11th place. Here's Katrina for her birdie from Circle 1. Again, this is a lower putt. I'm sorry, a higher putt for Katrina. Something she's found success with. Full commitment.
Yes.
It's a great putt for Kat. She's done exactly what she needs to do on hole 12. She'll card another birdie in a row. She's currently 4 down through the back 9, 5 under for the day. Oh, an uncharacteristic miss from Paige Pierce. That was for her birdie putt from Circle 1.
She had that online. She needed a millimeter more height. That could have stayed in. Right in the heart of the chains.
With this par, Katrina Allen will take stroke on Paige Pierce. She will also take the tee box on the next hole, going into hole 13.
If you are watching us today, you are likely a fan of this wonderful sport, but you may not know that there are many other disc disciplines, such as freestyle, double disc court, self-caught flight, and ultimate frisbee. As a disc athlete who has focused on different events throughout my career, I can attest to the fact that it doesn't matter which sport is your favorite or your focus. You are still a part of the frisbee family at large, and we are stronger together. We can all be proud of the success of any frisbee sport, and we should also support any frisbee activities. There are a number of disc golf nonprofit organizations that work tirelessly to better the lives of children, such as Edge, Throw Pink, and now Eric. Eric employs Ultimate Frisbee to teach children about early cancer symptoms and body awareness. Here's a trailer for an upcoming documentary about Eric.
We got the call one day that Eric was sick.
When I was 8, I remember being a normal kid.
We went to the doctor. They told us that he had a brain tumor.
And so that's when they said he has to have another surgery. And by then it was right before his 10th birthday. He fought so hard when he was 8 years old, and he fought so hard when he was 10 years old.
Here it goes again. I would never want any parent to have to go through what we did. You can let fear overcome you, or you can do something about it.
We needed to do something.
And Cassandra and my father brought up the fact that they wanted to start a nonprofit about cancer awareness.
I love the name, Eric, of course. It makes so much sense, for early recognition is critical.
I was just really excited to potentially be involved in something like this and to see my dad bring his passions to life.
He was going to go through with it and put everything he had into it.
And I think that that's like what we decided. Like, cancer's this huge opponent, and the way to beat it is to catch it early.
And I wanted to make sure that we were able to give back to those in need.
What if we could get all the players from the AUDL to do Eric clinics in their cities?
Jim has this idea about going to a school and reaching the children and being able to talk to them and teaching them ultimate.
At that point, I thought, maybe I could get involved in this pro league. I think cancer prevention starts when you teach kids to speak up. Eric's original mission statement is Youth Cancer Symptoms Awareness. We built the Roughnecks with more than just the goal to win the championship. We wanted to make a difference.
So I think one of the things that Eric also did is make it more acceptable and easier for the kids to even talk about it.
Bo Kittredge is the best player in the world.
As the kind of kids came in and the discs came out and we started engaging with them and they started running around and having fun and throwing the frisbee and we started talking with them, it was immediately obvious to me that this would work.
We had a chance to go undefeated, but then he got injured. It's not just about winning, it's about speaking up. It could save a life, possibly your own.
catch up with our women waiting to tee off on hole number 5. We'd like to welcome to the studio Nate Sexton. Nate, thanks for joining us again today, a little earlier today, but always great to have you.
Thanks for having me. It's exciting.
See the differences in Paige Pierce. Round 1, what a round. 10 down, followed up by a 5 down, a 4 down, and she's currently tied with that 4 down with 6 to play.
Well, I keep saying this. I mean, yes, 10 down is fantastic, but she could have been better. There were definite spots that she could have made that long putt, or I think she had 3 OB penalty strokes.
She did.
So that is not the ceiling of her potential on this course.
You remember Paige's putting was 100% during round 1. She's currently at 83% for round 4.
And it sounds like maybe my mic wasn't on when you first introduced me. I am here, and I'm happy to be here. And thank you for having me on the show yet again. And I'm actually bringing with me a pretty special surprise. I just want to announce for the very first time to both of you and to our viewers at home that after a meeting with the powers that be with Innova and the championship, that it has become clear watching these athletes play at the Winthrop course, it's our top priority going forward to have them back in the future to play here, hopefully with all the bells and whistles that Winthrop can provide with fans in a post-COVID world, and let them experience the full power of Winthrop with 1,000 fans. So big priority for Innova and the championship to have the women back going forward.
Wow.
I'm glad I'm not on video because I'm starting to cry.
Juliana's crying, everyone.
This is such a prestigious event, and I'm so grateful and so excited that the women get to continue to be a part of this. That's really wonderful news.
Well, I would be worried for any of these women because Juliana has been studying your game all weekend and she knows how to take you down next year. So if she's not in the booth, you better watch out.
I'm
this
concentrating
5 time
on other aspects of frisbee play right now.
Yeah, obviously no real idea what it'll look like. I have to be careful. Don't want to step on the toes of the existing United States women's, but whatever it will be, I think I feel pretty confident in saying that women will be here. We'll be here again. We'll make sure we can have a space for them to be part of this because they've put on such a great show so far.
Thank you for that, Nate. That's really exciting news.
Speaking to the young lefty out of Tennessee and her first time competing here at Winthrop or just being on the property at all, given that her PDGA experience is so young and so few, she says, I really appreciate all of the work that was put into creating this ladies layout for the event. In my opinion, they did a really good job of making the course attackable for almost all of the players, but still making it challenging so there is good scoring separation. The course requires the ability to throw lots of different shots and have control of the disc, especially at the end of the flight, which I think is very important in course design. It's great to see players throw far, but it's even more impressive to see them control their shots and decide when to be aggressive. That is the theme, or certainly was the theme going into today. For all of these women, they were asked, how will your game plan change? Round 4, final day of the major. All of them sort of keeping their blinders on and admitting that the choice to get aggressive isn't made beforehand. It's one shot at a time, and then it will present itself. It's your decision whether you want to take up that opportunity or not. And I think we have. You know, we've seen Own get relatively aggressive even when she is out of position just a bit. She's come up short a few times, but she is doing well. Katrina, of course, with all of her accolades, she's currently 5 down through the last 5 holes, which is incredible. Currently 5 under for the round, 18 under total for the event. Still has some work to do on the course, but I don't think she's worried about tracking anyone down. I don't think she's letting Paige or anyone else in but herself.
She looks fairly relaxed right there.
And speaking to the leader of the event, Paige Pierce, 23 under for the event, 4 under for the round.
Here we're taking a look at Kona with her, I assume, second shot on hole 13. Good control. She's going to be in a very nice spot to have an approach to the pin. The pin is in the A position today. That is the longer position, making this hole 825 feet.
And that's a great forehand from Sarah Holcomb. One competitor who doesn't currently have her forehand as much as she wants is Jessica Weiss. She's been opting to compete with the lefty, given that she's working through a bit of an injury. Regardless, she still brought herself up tied for 6th at the only major of the year.
Pretty impressive thing to be able to do, because she is a very, very comfortable forehand player when healthy.
Oh yeah, and just the amount of practice and dedication she's had to put in to be able to make shots like this. That's just
very
fine
nice
to
line.
me.
I think we heard her say, "Oh, come on." I think she wanted it to be a little bit farther, but all you have to do is be beyond that tree, and you've got a good line to approach the pin. She's in just fine position.
And she's just fine on number of umbrellas too.
Sometimes when you're the only one with a cart, you sort of caddy for everyone with the accessories.
I think maybe that's an umbrella holder at the top, so she could do maybe one on the bag, one over her head. She's prepared.
We had this experience, I think now 4 days in a row, if I remember the wait to tee off on hole 13.
I think we're actually lucky in that we have gone this many holes today before having a wait. I thought with the potential weather change that we might have some more delays.
This is a new tee layout, though some of these women... Go ahead, sorry.
Hole 13. We are playing the A position, that is 825 feet. This is another elevated tee. The shot needs to gently turn to the left. Anything straight can quickly find itself OB over the path. Anything to left will end up in the tree line. They may be able to attack the basket in 2, but it would require both a well-positioned drive and a long second shot. The safer shot is to throw your second shot along the tree line with anything that finishes to the right beyond that big tree. Then it opens up, and it should be a pretty straightforward approach to the basket.
And here's a woman who's no stranger to Winthrop. 2014, Paige was the first and only woman to win the performance flight.
Great position. On the second round, she found herself in that tree line and had a little bit of trouble on this hole. She will have an unencumbered shot from there.
Paige said in an interview, just talking about some of her role models being Des Redding and Valerie Jenkins. You have to think Heather Young is playing with some of her own role models in this very championship.
Very nice shot. Nate, I'm curious, did you walk up there and look at this tee box? I like this position a lot.
Yeah, a couple of times. It's cool. I think it's nice to have it be a totally different look, not just a shorter version of the same hole. It's something new.
That's another great shot. We were able to capture Katrina Allen's shot, so we'll be sure to roll that for you. That's where Katrina's ended up. I'm curious to see. Paige's seems like she carries much further forward. Yeah, though still in line with that tree.
I wonder, Juliana, in your career from when you were a young player all the way until now, you've seen so many great women players. Do any names come to mind that are that sort of remind you of the pound for pound explosiveness that we see from Paige Pierce? Or I mean,
Teresa Keith.
So there are some, you know.
Old school player out of Ohio. Was just a tiny little thing. She used to be a gymnast, and she had great power, though I think I could have put her in my pocket.
It's definitely a rare thing to see somebody who can be so quick and just so explosive.
Well, that's the thing that I notice now is it seems like all the young players have incredibly fast arm speed.
Believe me, I notice the same thing on the men's side.
We saw Jessica's approach land farther back to that larger tree, which means that she went out of bounds on her next shot. The pin is towards the back of this green. This is an island green. You must land on the green before you can take it from the green.
And she is going to the forehand. So she must at least feel strong enough to put a little behind it.
Look at that wind rip. Certainly has increased since we started our round.
Same spot. Okay.
Nate, it's interesting that you mentioned the size. It seems like the average size of the female player now is on the petite side. And when I played, it was the land of the giants. I was often not the tallest on the card, and I'm almost 5'11".
Interesting. That should slow down. Yeah, it's disc golf is great. One of the things I really love about it is you hear people say, "Oh, the tall, lanky Simon Eagle, Calvin build is like that's the way to throw far." But then you look at Garrett and you look at Paul McBeth and you look at Emerson Keith, and it's like I don't know if there is a mold. It's like it's amazing what a variety of bodies can propel the disc an incredible distance.
Well, the body type doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have the right timing, and that's the important thing for distance.
Agreed.
This is a competitor who's shown nothing but great timing this entire time. Katrina Allen with a great second shot, putting herself in perfect position to attack for a birdie.
Yes, this is a par 5. Kat is lane 2. She should have a relatively straightforward approach shot.
You remember yesterday we saw Katrina birdie the next 3 holes after carding the eagle. I'm sorry, the next 4 holes after carding the eagle on 10. She currently has 2 of those, so can she go birdie again? She's certainly capable. Heather Young with her second shot. It's great movement.
We've got to be getting really close to that time when Katrina's going to start thinking if there are any adjustments to the game plan. It's about time to start putting those into play. If she has anything up her sleeve to play a little bit more aggressive or to find one more stroke.
You know, she said that playing from these further tees makes attacking a little bit easier. She doesn't have to throw those full speed drivers. She can stick to something she can control, but so can Paige. So it really just comes down to being there, putting yourself in that position if Paige messes up.
This is the point in the round during the first round where it looked as if Paige lost a little bit of focus. Didn't really affect her score too much, but we saw that she had a few misplays. I don't see that so far today. She still seems like she's playing the way that she wants to. It's exactly what she needs right there. Anything past that tree should have a good line to the basket.
Tough triple bogey for Jessica.
Kelly McMorran walking away with her par. She has had a quieter round today. She's 11 over, which may just be from being a little bit more aggressive, but it seems to all come down to the putting green.
Here's a good bird's eye view of the putting green for this hole. Not only does this play as an island, but it actually is an island.
She's given herself a good look there. I thought at first when the camera panned to her, she would have to contend a bit more with that tree, but she's just going to have to trust her disc and play that green really well, which I think she's been struggling with a bit. It seems like her discs have been flying a bit more straight than she wants. She's got to commit to that hyzer.
She still is the leader of the least number of OB strokes for the tournament.
I love that follow through from Heather. And that is
Great
exactly it. Great trust there.
Yes.
That's a great shot as well.
It's a little shorter than she wanted. Shouldn't be a problem.
But certainly opens the door for Katrina.
It's been interesting watching the two women approach the basket. Paige keeps going for that understable putter straight to the basket. Katrina keeps hanging it out wide and letting it skip in towards the basket. Two different approaches, both of them.
The trouble here is the curb.
Oh, just in front of it. Great spot for Own. I think we hold our breath every time. Squirming in the studio.
Obviously, down 5 shots. Long shot to be able to make a comeback, but it's do or die from here on out for Katrina.
Katrina currently leads in fairway hits and birdie percentage, so it's no surprise to see her lead in circle 1 in regulation. Again, hyzers it out, or hangs it out, gets it right under the basket. Different approach, same result. She'll be absolutely pleased with that, I'm sure. Wow, Juliana, Nate, this is crazy. I'm so excited.
Well, this is our only major of the year.
And these women are they are all over it. They are more than excited. They feel the anticipation. They feel all of the energy. This having a major, the only one of the year on your resume, that is going to speak volumes about your abilities on the course.
We just saw Sarah Hokum's drive on hole 14, the little par 3. I like that she went under that tree. I didn't know that that was necessarily a possibility, that the sidearm is not something that I'm well versed in. So that was a nice shot. She left herself on the high side of the basket. A bit of a tester here for Paige.
Oh, and that was for birdie from circle 2. She has left the door open for Katrina.
Mentally, that might be pretty big too, because after this hole, we've got 5 more to play. To be back with 5 to play, that's a precarious position. You think it's barely possible, and I need help from Paige. If she can convert here, Katrina 4 back with 5 to play. A little more chance to hope.
Yesterday, actually both Paige and Kat had a little bit of trouble with hole 15.
There's Katrina for her birdie.
No problem. Closes it to 4 shots.
She will keep on her birdie streak that started since the eagle on hole 10. She'll continue to lead off of the tee going into hole number 14. And sometimes at Winthrop, all it comes down to is the putting green.
She's just a little high on that putt.
And you can see the flag moving. I'm wondering if she was on line, but the wind just caught the edge of her disc and lifted it out of position. The wind is not something that these women have had to contend with at all, if not
for this event.
Yeah, for this event. I mean, sure, these women know what to do when the wind picks up, but
I feel like perhaps Paige was thinking that the error that she didn't want to make on that was to go OB on her upshot, and thus she let up a little bit too much and left it too short, and was asking just a little bit more than she could provide there on the putt. This is hole 14. It's a par 3, 261 feet. This is the third elevated tee in a row. Players have to decide if they're going to go to the right or the left of that big wide tree off the front of the tee. Players need to go very wide with the hyzer and land short so they don't skip into the hazard, but not too short to be left with an intimidating putt that, if missed, has a good chance of flying to the hazard. It may be a little easier to get a sidearm shot to land and stay next to the basket. I'm hoping we get to see both shots from this card.
as the chase card cleans up their putts. Katrina has brought it within 4 strokes of Paige Pierce. She did get into the same position, I believe, yesterday. And then she carded the unfortunate bogey on hole 15 and then the double bogey on hole 17.
And I'm seeing those trees and flags moving around quite a bit, and I don't even think it's close. This is the scariest basket on the whole course in the wind. There's a couple elevated baskets out here, but this one has the sloped green, and if you want to make a run at it, it's so hard to get the disc down flat and avoid that rollaway that's always waiting for you to go down into the hazard. So really important to get close here, and I think I like Katrina's position. First off the tee, put it close, put the pressure on Paige, and see what she does.
Absolutely, and she birdied this hole yesterday. She birdied it in round 1, and so
I think seeing Sarah lay up there is a testament to what you just said, Nate. She's not attempting to put the disc in the air there so that she can make sure that she can walk away with her par instead of rolling into the hazard.
I misspoke. Katrina bogeyed it round 1, so anything is possible on this hole.
Nice putt by Kona.
I am feeling it. I'm so excited. Good thing they can't hear me.
I think they're plenty excited. I think they're excited too. I don't think the slope comes across on camera. This is a bit scarier than it looks right here.
Yeah, this is, it's hard to get close to the basket. I mean, we've seen the players do quite well. Actually, I think Kat went long hazard first round, but otherwise they have played this very well. It's hard to judge that correctly, as you have to throw it out wide and then hope that you don't skip or roll into the hazard.
And I think the sidewalk is a really interesting feature too, because that's right at the distance you would love to set the disc down to slide up close. But if you hit it, especially with a driver, that could really get going.
She is hugging that corner.
Both the girls
and she's chosen a blunted edge disc.
If you remember yesterday, they both did the standstill, and it worked really well for both of them.
I like the angle on that.
Is it going to come back enough?
It's not going to give much movement on the green, given
that is a tough putt.
She needed a little bit more, well, she needed more power on that because of the disc that she chose. Actually, if she had chosen a faster speed disc, she might be closer to the basket at this point, but she does have that chance to roll away as well.
Yeah, I think she went with the slower flyer so that she didn't get the skip. I think she just landed to the right of what she wanted.
Heather Young, being a lefty, is going to give this a different angle and put different rotations on the disc.
I like this shot from a lefty. It's got a little bit higher percentage of staying under the basket, coming in.
I like that commitment from
with
Heather.
the angle of the...
Oh, that's a big skip in the wrong direction.
Oh,
it just needs to sit.
She needed more distance on that so that she wouldn't have landed
And
below the pin.
That's the path. Because if there's no path there, that shot's fine. That's the danger of that path, is it took it up in the air, got the flare angle, and then the unlucky roll.
Yeah.
But with Katrina 9 shots clear of Heather and now Heather out of bounds, I can't imagine we're going to see another layup from Katrina at any point here. She's got to go after everything.
I know these women have mostly kept their blinders on, but Paige has got to be taking these skips and the screen movement into consideration, and being that she is teeing last, gotta wonder if that gives her a bit of an advantage here. That's a good position for Own. Nearly in line with the basket.
I think we'll see another standstill shot here. It's a little low.
That is dropping quickly. Yeah, that is dropping quickly. That's exactly what we saw with Katrina, though hers did get a little bit more movement.
I don't think Paige is going to go for that shot.
No, she certainly doesn't need to. That's the difference here now. She has that cushion and that advantage where she doesn't have to be aggressive.
It'll be interesting to see who goes first.
As both Paige and Katrina Allen will be putting for birdie from circle 2.
Speaking of birdie, can you see all the geese on the screen?
No, where are they?
By the hay bales, and between Paige and the hay bales.
Oh my word. Hey,
It's the only spectators we've got.
Canadians.
It's the only spectators we've got this year.
Awaiting Thomas Gilbert, having watched Elaine King, I'm sure, play through this hole.
Thomas Gilbert is sharing the hotel with me. He was kind enough to get a COVID test before I came here, Dr. Bree, my wife's orders, and he locked his bag in the trunk today, and he played the first hole with borrowed discs before I ran his bag up here to him. So not his week, but back to the action.
Well, is he pulling a Paul Macbeth? Maybe trying the final day of a big event with a different bag? All eyes are on Paige Pierce. Paige having a really dominant year, but focused on those short-term goals, one shot at a time. She said nothing good comes from thinking of the past or thinking of the future. You have to play the shot in front of you, no one else.
This is Heather for par.
Aggressive. I'm not sure if that was more of a putt or a layup. It seemed too high to be a layup.
It was a little bit of both.
And Paige Pierce has opted for the layup.
This is a huge shot right here.
Yes, this.
And I'm just going to note that Katrina is eye level with this basket, though it is far away. The majority of her putts made have been from putting to a higher basket, given that she's giving it a bit of a loft. She really has to commit here.
She knows the position.
And with her putting style, she needs to commit.
Yeah, I didn't feel like she was going to go for it.
That's huge.
I don't like it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But, you know, she wasn't comfortable. But I think she's so far ahead of Heather, the consequences don't matter. But she's got her own game plan.
Okay, she's seen Paige have a little bit of trouble on hole 15. She missed the Mando one day. She made it yesterday, but she was short, so she had a tough approach. And there's always hole 17. That was a little bit of a surprise that one stayed in. Paige has played hole 17 fantastically, but there's always that chance of a blow up on 17. So yeah. I kind of feel for her there, because she knew that she needed that, but she just wasn't feeling it, so she put it under the basket.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with anything you said. I think, there's still certainly a chance, and a lot of really tough holes still to play.
I don't know about you two, but I am officially freaking out as we head into hole 15.
You can tell she
oh my goodness,
was agonizing over that for sure.
Yeah.
She was really on the fence of whether to go full after that one or not. But it is, from the angle she's at, I mean, she's probably not going to be, if she does a full committed putt and she airballs, it's not circle one. So it's, it's birdie or bogey, probably.
And like you said, Katrina Allen has all the skills that she needs to pull this off. She has everything in her arsenal. She's practiced, she's trained. If she's been in these positions before.
Because of the hazard behind the basket and the slope, it could have been birdie or double bogey.
You're right. And I also think in talking with Katrina and just hearing her speak about the times that we've had conversations about her putting struggles that she has had, one of the ways that she got through that was by allowing herself to lay up when she had that panicky feeling, and that's a big part of building confidence. So for her, I think it's a there's not a lot of gray area. She gets there, she assesses her feel, and if she feels like it's a layup, then she's comfortable laying that up and just moving on. And that's part of the way she worked through those times where she had some issues on the green.
Here we have hole 15. This is a 467-foot par 4. It's another triple Mando. Shots need to pass through the gate. The opening for this Mando is fairly generous. I'm going to keep saying that even though we see women missing it. The tee shot doesn't have to be max distance. You just have to put yourself out far enough that you've got a good shot at the basket. The basket is approximately 90 degrees to the left in a grove of trees. It's easier to approach the basket from the left, as there are fewer small trees on the left of the basket than there are on the right of the basket.
Yeah, pure distance off this tee really isn't great. It's about maximum leftness is what you like to get. If you can get through flat and then finish over stable, then you really find that spot where that wall of trees that Sarah's about to contend with won't be in your way anymore.
Sarah's kind of going to be forced to the right side of the basket. She got over the top of that really nicely, put herself in a pretty good position. This is a par 4, so she will be putting for, well, if that was her second shot, she will be putting for a birdie.
It was, in fact, and she will be putting for birdie from circle 1. Sarah doing everything she needs to this round to move herself up the leaderboard. She's currently in solo 4th, having moved up 1 spot of the day. She has the hot round second to Katrina Allen, who's currently 6 down for the round. Sarah is at 5 under, 7 under for the event. 5 birdies in the back 9. I'm sorry, 5 birdies in the last 7 holes. And there are the hot rounds so far of the day. A little bit of movement here at Winthrop.
See Macy Walker moving up 4 spots today.
It's interesting to see Paige in 3rd for the hot round, but I have to wonder if it's just because she is playing a bit more conservative than we're used to seeing, or if she's just finding herself out of position and not continuing to attack.
She didn't have to play great today to walk away with a win. She just needed to make sure that she didn't have any bad holes, any blow-up holes, and she has done that so far. The trees in the middle of this shot are the trees that we will be playing through on hole 15.
Hole 15 is currently playing as the 5th most difficult hole of the event. Only 4 players to walk away with a birdie so far as we catch up with Own. Keeping that nice and low, letting it hyzer in. That's great control. That's a great result for her.
That's perfect.
Owen typically throws the sidearm, so it's impressive that she has that kind of accuracy with the backhand as well.
This is such an important shot for Katrina. Bit of a slip. Can that hang on?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful.
That is so good. I love that she kept that low. I love that for her, because even when she slipped, even if her weight was caught back just a bit, it still would have been low enough to, I think, make it through that triple bando, and that was one of the issues she had earlier in the round.
And Paige just going to go with a putter.
Yeah, you can tell she's playing ultra conservative, which we're not used to seeing.
And Katrina's in a fantastic spot. She went so far, she's going to have a pretty routine forehand from there, I think. Great opportunity to grab a stroke.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Paige to get a birdie from where she's at.
This is a challenging approach for Heather Young. I'm sorry, challenging tee shot.
But Heather continues to show us how she has a mastery of the edge and line, so I would expect that she's going to find the middle of this triple mando.
It's got to flip up. Oh, she just clips that tree. She did take her time on the teapot. It looked like she was having some issues with the way that she was gripping the disc. It is quite humid out there, but
looks like that came out just a little bit early.
I predict in 2021 we'll see a forehand from her there. Her forehand's close, but it's not quite there yet. But she seems like a hard worker and really interested in bettering her game. And I would not be surprised at all to see her go to forehand driver in coming years.
Paige being ultra careful not to miss that mando. I don't even think she made it to the mando. As contrasted by Kat going very aggressively through the mando, putting herself in a great position to get up and down into for a birdie.
I really hope that everyone at home knows just how difficult those tee shots were for these women, particularly Katrina, to not deviate from her game plan whatsoever and continue to attack, and attack well, giving herself an opportunity to birdie while Paige looks like she's going to just continue to play up and down for par, though I never will underestimate this 5-time.
Well, I think she's going to try to skip something, do a hyzer skip to get some distance around that corner.
There's not possible to reach the basket.
No. She's certainly not going to reach it, but
Yeah.
I think she's going to try to get closer.
Yes, I agree. Skip shot is a great play here.
And in playing down a bit, changing her game plan, she still has to be successful with all of this. You can still make mistakes even when you choose the less extreme route.
There you can see both Kat's and Paige's drives, or shots, in that same position. So Kat and Paige are basically in the same spot. Kat will be throwing her second shot and Paige will be throwing her third shot.
Oh, we've all been there.
Hair emergency.
Here we'll get the look at Heather's forehand from the drop zone.
I really like this drop zone. I really think this is an interesting shot.
And that seems just fine, though she does want to be closer to the basket, so she'll be able to.
It didn't swing, and it's going to be circle 2, and that's probably, if you could choose, you'd rather be left. That's probably the worst angle. I don't expect to see her have a very makeable putt from there.
This is a great overview of hole number 15. Sarah Holcomb able to walk away with her birdie from the chase cart, as is Kona Panis.
This is the most protected basket that we have on this course.
I think a huge part of why this hole is so difficult, and especially the tee shot, is you've just been playing all kinds of big hyzers with all the airspace you could ever ask for hours. And then you get here and it's like, oh, better throw it low, and if you miss your line, you're taking a penalty. It's like, this is a very intimidating hole.
That's going to be left.
That's a very nice shot. She's got to look at her birdie putt. She does have some trees in the way.
Nona's been playing very smooth these last few holes. She has 2 birdies leading into this one, and now she's set herself up for another one from circle 1. She's doing exactly what she needs to. Fell off pace a little bit there. She seems to be back in control of her own game. Katrina Allen with her second shot on the par 4. She has had success with these forehand approaches. It's further from the basket than she wants.
Not a gimme, but she can make that for sure.
It's a solid shot.
Yeah.
If she can convert, this thing is not even close to over with the holes that are coming.
Don't I know it? Just noticing that the temperament from the card, from what we can see from the camera angles, I feel everyone has quieted down quite a lot leading into these last few holes.
It does feel a little more tense than it has been earlier. It feels a little tight.
We'll have to see that angle. There are some really ugly putts over there.
Paige Pierce currently 83% from circle 1. She's tied with Katrina for the day at 83%. Heather Young 89%, and Owen Scoggins maintains her 100% circle 1 putting for the day. As these women make their way to the green.
I believe Owen had 100% on round 2 to get her up onto the lead card.
Yeah, this is kind of what I thought we were going to see for Heather. Nothing but trees.
Finding myself consciously taking deeper breaths, trying to calm myself as if I were out there playing.
And you see Paige is not wide open to the basket. There's a couple trees there.
She'll likely have to straddle from where she's at.
Huge putt right here.
And that was what I was worried about with that low ceiling.
She knew it instantly. She knew it was too low.
She does have a loftier putt, which is fine, but in situations like this, it makes it a lot more challenging to make those putts. She'll be walking away with a par, so no penalties, but no movement either.
No, this is not guaranteed.
Paige Pierce for par from circle 1. Oh, it sticks in the basket.
Really
Dodged
nice.
a bullet there.
Really nice, and really important make too, because I think if Paige misses that, then you start, if I'm her, I'm thinking, why did I play safe? Like, all I wanted was par, and then I came out of my game plan, and then this happened. And that's what makes golf so difficult at the top level. You start having those internal dialogues. But she executes and moves on happy.
Wow, nice shot by Owen. I didn't even really see the gap that she went through there.
Well, Nate, thank you so much for joining us through these few holes. We really appreciate it, and good luck to you doing the broadcast later on. What can people hope to see, do you think?
Birdies. Eagles. I got to get out there, though. I want to watch this live, so I can't really be here in the booth anymore.
Well, we'll see you on screen.
All right. Good luck.
Once again, that was Nate Sexton, 2017 United States Disc Golf Champion. As he goes frantically out to fangirl over some of the best women in the United States. Paige Pierce staying atop the leaderboard at 23 under for the event, 4 under for the round. It's a low number, but it's, just as you said, just enough.
She has 4 strokes on Katrina with 3 holes left.
Heather Young having an uncharacteristic round from what we've seen from her. She is 2 over. Granted, some of these changes in conditions, competing on a final day in a major for the first time, brings some of those different conditions emotionally, mentally, physically, and we're going to move on to hole 16.
This is a 342-foot par 3. The pin is a little downhill from the tee. There is an inside gap with a straight flying shot that finishes a little to the right at the end. The pin is located inside a grouping of trees, so landing close to the basket is doubly helpful. There is hazard along the entire right side of the fairway. That is about 10 meters from the pin. There is also hazard on the left that might come into play if someone hyzers out on their drive. This is an overview of hole 16, and adjacent hole 16 is hole 8.
Hole 16 is playing relatively easy for the field, though there have been a few birdies carded on the day. The birdies have come from Rebecca Cox, Ruth Hudson, and Sandy Gast. 77% of the field so far has parred. Only 13% of the women's field carding a bogey or worse.
Paige has had a little bit of trouble with this hole as well. On day 1, she threw a little bit too hard and found the hazard on the right-hand side.
It's important to note Sarah Holcomb is currently 6 down for the round, and with her last birdie and par, she has moved up 2 spots. She's currently tied for Heather Young. Both of the competitors are at 8 down overall. Heather Young coming off of 2 bogeys heading into hole 16, but as we all know, anything can happen here at Winthrop on these final 3 holes. Leading off our women is Owen Scoggins, who's come off 3 birdies. The only competitor on the lead card who's been able to have this much success in the fairway so far.
This is interesting. In the booth, we just had a big gust of wind. If that wind is on hole 17, that could make a difference.
And here's Owen with her drive.
That's a nice line. I think it's going to come back.
Just one tree to contend with.
I thought it was going to go to the right side of that tree and then come back nicely and settle close to the basket.
There is lots of wind out there on the course right now.
Kat knows how important it is to get a birdie on this hole with only 3 holes left. She has not gotten over the top of that.
She did get it out just in time as we see the wind starting to pick up for Paige Pierce's shot, though Paige Pierce has 3 holes to play and still a 4-stroke lead on Katrina. Not as big of a cushion as she would have liked. but she still doesn't need to get aggressive here, especially seeing that Katrina is out of position.
That's as well as she's thrown this week.
That's going to be right up into the circle. That's really well done for Paige Pierce. She'll be putting for birdie from circle 1. Rounding out our leaderboard is Heather Young.
We want to give a shout out to the enthusiastic flagger. We hear that is Marty from Michigan. Thank you, Marty, for your help. Oh,
that's a great line. Oh, come back.
Oh,
the wind just took that.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the wind, well, we can see the wind there on the vines, on the tree trunks. That looked like she had the right line on that, but it continued to flip over and didn't come back at the end.
Heather certainly has plenty of practice, though she doesn't have much competition experience. Heather became a PDGA member in 2017 and then turned pro the same year.
There's another look at Kat's drive,
Yeah,
a little bit too low and
to
a little
commit
bit
a little
too
bit more, it seems. And then Paige corrects. Look at that wind.
Paige,
and it just pushes it. You see that?
Beautiful line, a little bit short.
Oh my, that was so well played. Complete trust in herself as we see that wind start to rip. And I agree with you, hole 17 is not easy. And with wind like that.
And there's so much riding on it. I mean, so many strokes have been lost on that hole. And both of these women know that is the case.
And that will settle down nicely. That was well played for Own, though she was out of position. She's given herself a relatively simple par putt from circle 1.
I can't tell if that tree is going to be in her way or not.
I think it's on the left side of it, and she'll be in line with the basket. But you're right. Guess we don't know till we get there. But given this camera angle, I'm thinking maybe not.
She's got to be going for this.
Was definitely high enough, just needed a little more.
Didn't look as aggressive as I was expecting.
It's hard to read her game plan. I don't think at any point she's really counting herself out of it, but you also don't want to do anything crazy.
Certainly.
It's Paige Pierce, our current leader.
Really good
run.
effort.
Strong and confident. Exactly what you need to be here out at Winthrop. Well, these women have been handling this change in weather very well. So we see Paige just plays safe, lays up for her par putt. Paige said yesterday in her interview with the Disc Golf Pro Tour about the weather, it was a battle for her, a lot windier out there. Fairways were wet and it was hard to stay in her own headspace. Even more so now as the wind continues to pick up and she inches closer to hole 18.
It feels to me like Paige has done a really good job today staying focused. You know, we saw her lose focus a little bit on day 1, and yesterday she had a few miscues. It feels like though she's being conservative, she's in control.
I agree with you there. I'm interested to see her game plan moving into hole 17. She has admitted that she's throwing a fierce on hole 17, which is her putter. Don't know if she's going to be able to do that. Good putt from Katrina there. These women are going to make the infamous walk over to hole number 17. I suspect there will be a little bit of chit chat, but for the most part, quiet. Nervousness. Juliana, what do you think is going through their heads?
Well, Kat has to be aggressive here. She's only got 2 holes left. There's 4 strokes between the 2 of them. There can be, well, she knows that she can eagle 18.
Right.
And if Paige has trouble, like she did on round 1, we could see some excitement at the end. But they both just need to take deep breaths, stay within themselves, play against the course, and finish it out strong.
A lot of emotion and momentum. The only major of the year. This would be an incredible accomplishment to have on your resume in professional disc golf. As our chase and third cards make their way over to hole 18, and our leaders make their way over to hole 17.
I'd like to mention that decades ago, when this tournament first started, there wasn't this iconic walk between 16 and 17 because the trees that you can see just underneath the graphic there on the bottom of the hole, or on the bottom of the screen, they were not there, and they're what hole 16 played along this area. But I like the mental component of making the players take this long walk before this very difficult and famous hole 17.
Since the last time we checked in, Paige Pierce has improved her fairway percentages to 90% for the day. Katrina Allen still lagging behind her at 85%. And that could just be because of her willingness to play a bit more conservative.
Here's a really good look at the island green for hole 17. It is extremely tight right where the basket is. Much more generous landing zone on the right of the basket from the tee.
As we're seeing our chase card make their way to their lies, this is Sarah Holcomb from Circle 2, and this is for birdie. Just got a lofty Anheuser putt, so any miss will just sit right underneath the basket nicely.
Which is
no chance of going OB.
Very important on this hole, because if you putt and go over the hay bales, you must re-putt. You cannot take it where it was last inbound, which would be right by the basket.
Kona Panis currently sits in 7th place. She'll be putting for birdie from Circle 2 as well, and she has a similar putting style to that of Sarah Holcomb. Gets it up nice and high.
Similar in that it's not going to go very far by the basket. Not similar in how her body is going through the motion of the putt.
Kylie McMorran lays up. Be walking away with a par.
This is Jessica Weiss for a bogey.
This is Jessica Weiss. I looked away for a second. Was she distracted by something and just...
She's acting as if there was a distraction behind the basket, though I can't see if that is the case.
That was Jessica Weiss in the basket for bogey. Competitor has certainly fought back through both injury and unfortunately finding the out of bounds several times during her round. She is still in the top 10, which is an incredible testament to how consistent she's played in the other 3 rounds. These women will walk away and we will catch up with our lead card, teeing off on hole 17. Coming in as the 4th most difficult hole of the round. Only one birdie on the day so far, and that is in Sarah Cunningham. Majority of the field has had bogey or worse.
We are playing pin position A today, which is the left position, which is in the smaller part of the green. This is a par 3, 249 feet. Players looking to birdie this hole will have to be very precise in the height of their drives, as they have to throw high enough to clear the bales and low enough not to go in the water. The safer play is to aim to the wider part of the green, which is right of the basket. A sidearm layup to the right of the green is the safest shot off the tee. OB shots from the drop spot. OB shots go to the drop spot, which is outside of the green. Oh my goodness.
Oh, no, that is so great.
I don't think I have ever seen that.
Wow. Great work from Owen, putting for birdie.
I want to see a replay of that. That was amazing. She hit outside and somehow jumped over the bales of hay to go into the safe green.
Here's Katrina Allen. Oh,
I think she's turned it over again. That is not going to come back.
That is...
I think the door just closed for Katrina.
That is exactly what you don't want to happen here on hole 17.
She had to be aggressive. She had to take that left line to try to put it right under the basket. Laying up safe on the right side wasn't going to give her much of an advantage.
And Paige knows if she can just get this on the green, then she can increase her chances of taking down this
She doesn't
tournament.
even have to. It's okay if she goes OB on this one. She just doesn't need to lose ground. And with Kat, she's obviously not happy about it, but it's probably not going to hurt her. Kat's got to be frustrated with that, especially after seeing Paige go OB, but I'm going to say that if Kat had landed in the green, Paige would have landed on the green as well.
Had a great interview with Katrina Allen this year, and she said, I asked her, how do you stay focused on the process in a sport that focuses so much on results? And she talked a lot about her mental game and how she just stays in the moment, literally touching ground, just grounding herself and turning to gratitude in moments of doubt or fear.
That's a nice play.
And that's got to be what she's thinking about as she sits in that chair, currently in second and OB after her first shot.
That's the safe play by Heather. That's very
You gotta
nicely
wonder
done.
if Heather and Owen, if Heather and Owen are finding the green because they don't feel that pressure. Anything they do in this tournament is sort of with little to no expectation.
Yeah, that certainly helps, I think.
And here's Owen. It's a great angle and just gets over the hay bales. When do you ever see that on hole 17?
That is so fun.
Great reaction from Owen.
Both Paige and Kat will be throwing from the first drop spot that is outside of the green. If either of them were to go OB on this shot, they would throw from the second drop spot, which is inside of the green. Now this is makeable. We saw Kat Murch make this.
Oh, that's right, with a sidearm. Drop, 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 drop. That was what I was afraid of when she opted for the backhand. That carry. But you see the flag is blowing and that feather banner as well. I would have thought as soon as that disc was coming in that the wind would push it down.
Oh, I think Kat was going for that. I think Kat was trying to get that up. Now Paige is being safer with her flat shot.
That's really surprising to me that her disc continued to carry and has gone out of bounds. Because of the wind, I really would have thought.
Paige breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, but she's also frustrated that she's not playing as well as she knows that she can.
It's A lot of emotions to deal with. Katrina opting for the forehand and just hanging it out way too wide, never even giving it a chance to come back. And then again, just a...
This one,
See, I'm so surprised that it doesn't get pushed down faster
she
in that
needed
moment.
to pull that one out a little bit farther to the right.
Heather Young has been in this position multiple times throughout this event. She has lost a few strokes to Sarah Holcomb.
Oh, remember the special
She's
rule
moved up and is tied with her, so should she make this, it will bring her ahead of Holcomb with one to play.
You can hear the wind. The wind has definitely picked up in the last hole.
Look at that flag. That's just fine. She'll maintain her third place position with Sarah Holcomb and walk away with an easy par. Wow, that is surprising to me.
I am as well, though we've seen over the last couple of tournaments Paige's ability to play safe, which prior to, what was it, the MVP, the tournament that was, I think, 2 or 3 weekends ago, coming in on hole 18, she played conservatively laying up because she knew that she had the strokes to take the win. I'm impressed by the fact that she is able to make herself do that. Even though she knows that she can make that putt, she doesn't need that putt.
Incredible emotion to be felt by Paige Pierce watching Katrina card that triple bogey. Paige will lay up for her own bogey and doesn't lose any strokes. In fact, gains a stroke on Katrina with that. And there are her stats for the event. 86% both in fairway hits and circle one putting. Lot. Certainly a lot to be proud of, but it's not over until the putt on 18. I am so surprised with how much trouble they had with hole 17. I knew it was going to be windy, but to see both of them unable to capitalize and just, do you think it's the pin position? Is it the nerves? Like, what is going on?
I'm actually not surprised. So Kat had to be aggressive. She had to go for that. And in order to get the birdie there, you have to play to the skinny side of the basket. It is a very difficult shot. And with the wind coming up, it makes it even more difficult. With Kat going OB, I think that's the reason that Paige went OB. She kind of perhaps breathed a little bit of a sigh of relief, and then she didn't have to be quite as focused on that drive. I think she just thought, okay, she can't catch me now, it's okay. But instead, she should have, actually shouldn't even watch Kat. She should have just played her own game right there, and I think she would have put it on the green as she has every other round so far.
Yeah, and yesterday Paige came off of her round and said she felt like she struggled because she was paying attention to the field. And now she is paying attention to the field again. And she really just did so well when the first few rounds when it wasn't in her mind at all. She was playing her own game, and there's so much emotion to be felt. This is the only major of the year. This is going to be on her record as taking down the only major of the year. She's doing it as best she can, given the circumstances. She's battled heat, wind, rain, the push from the field, new up-and-comers. She's playing with a brand new bag this year and new sponsors. There's all of those pressures that she's putting on herself, but at the same time, it's one hole at a time for Paige Pierce, and it's not over until she makes that final putt.
You can see Paige taking some deep breaths there. She only has one hole left to stay in front of the rest of the women. I am confident that she's going to be able to do it, but she did have trouble on this hole during the first round.
Yeah.
So
and Kat still has an opportunity to eagle, which is
would love to see Kat finish
incredible.
with an eagle here.
Yeah.
I think, unfortunately, Kat's feeling a little bit dejected after 2 out of bounds on hole 17. She know that she needed that.
But it has been the Paige and Katrina battle, and for as long as I've been involved in the sport, this is what it has all been about for professional women's disc golf. These two elite professionals just taking it out, tournament after tournament.
Once again, Paige throwing a mid-range.
And this was just a missed opportunity for Katrina. In a close miss for Paige, but she is able to make it.
This is really the shot that changed things.
And thinking about the shot, we've seen this a few times now, and I just have to wonder, did she slip, do you think, on that tee pad? Because Paige sort of kept her body position much more straightforward and had little to no movement. It seemed like she just needed to get it higher and maybe a bit more overstable, but it wasn't offline, whereas Katrina's seemed to turn over completely, and that's
it was reminiscent of the shot that she had yesterday. She pulled that one over to the left too far as well.
Paige Pierce has been our leader and our champion multiple times this year. She is a 5-time PDGA World Champion, a 3-time USW DGC champion. Competed in 12 events this year, 6 wins, and her worst finish was only 13th. She's been showing the world that she really is the #1 woman to beat in professional women's disc golf. Sarah Holcomb, of course, doing everything she needs to. Look at that round, a 6 down on the final day, and given the weather conditions, that's quite remarkable. She's moved up 2 spots, currently tied for 3rd with Heather Young, who's seen a bit of trouble on the course.
This is great, also seeing Rebecca Cox make her way onto the leader card with a 5 under today.
Kona Panis maintaining her position. She's been flip-flopping between 6th and 7th. She's 4 over for the round, but I believe this will be her top 10 finish at a major. Should she be able to pull off hole 18 with a par or better, that would be a great accomplishment for her in her career. And speaking of young careers, Heather Young. I know you've become a big Heather Young fan.
Absolutely.
What is it about her that really sticks out to you? I know we've talked about it a bit here and there, but oh my gosh, she's so fun to watch, but I want to hear what your perspective is.
Well, her game is very impressive, and at the risk of embarrassing her, she's so genuine and sweet that it's just impossible not to love her. And so I think everybody's rooting for her, and she's a fantastic putter. She's got great edge control. I know that she's working on distance, though, you know, it's kind of unfair to say that that's something that's hurting her game, because clearly she can score well enough to put herself on the podium.
Absolutely.
Or at least come close to the podium in a major. So I think there are great things ahead for this young woman. Pun intended.
Right. Heather Young currently 82% from both the fairway and circle one. She is our Disc Golf Pro Tour putting champion from the Virtual Putting Invitational. Juliana, there is a significant backup on hole 18. Yikes. You know, the momentum has been able to been carried. We do have the backup on that one hole where you're shooting down and then playing to an island. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but
13.
There is 13. Thank you. There is always a backup on the hole 13, so it's not the backup, but a backup before the last hole of a major, and there's so much on the line. There's so much that can still happen here at Winthrop on hole 18. You know, I'm thinking about what I would be doing if I was in their shoes. You've been there before. You've talked to Paige. You were there when she got her 5-time PDGA world title, as you have won yourself. You've won 5 of them as well. From your experience with her, and if you were in her position, it's so valid to us to hear this. What would you be doing? What are you telling yourself? It's like the whole 17 walk all over again in a way.
I would probably take a step or two back from the crowd, take some deep breaths, keep moving. Often, if I get a little nervous, I will start stretching my arms. She needs to make sure that she continues and finishes this round. She's got a nice cushion. She should be just fine, but there is all kinds of danger here. And she wants to finish strong. She wants to feel good about the end of her round. So,
and she didn't even think that this tournament was going to happen.
Right.
So with everything that happened with COVID-19, she didn't think the tournaments were going to come back. And you know, she came to Winthrop in her off week a few weeks ago to come down and practice because of how much it meant to her. And with it being the only major, it adds so much pressure and so much nerves, and there's so much to be grateful for at the same time. And I know that that can help a lot when you're just grateful for the opportunities.
Notice how Paige has kind of taken herself back from the rest of the girls, maybe to try to stay focused, stay in the moment, not think beyond the next hole. You can't take anything for granted. She wants to finish strong.
She also needs to see how these tee shots are playing. She's had unfortunate drives off the tee more than once in this tournament. She needs to correct that today and just get it onto the fairway. It's a great shot from Sarah Holcomb.
Finds herself on the high side of the fairway, which is a great place to attack. Farther up the fairway, the easier the next shot is, of course, but it is always a very difficult second shot on this hole.
As usual, Kona with a strong forehand off the tee. It's absolutely incredible given that just a few years ago she had no forehand. Took the time, acknowledged the significance and the lack of forehand in her own game. Went out and practiced as much as she could. Now here she is throwing it off the tee in the last hole of a major and throwing it well.
Good shot by Kaylee. I think that was a little bit higher than she wanted, but it ended up just fine.
Hole 18 playing as the most difficult hole out there for the event. Only 2 players walking away with the birdie so far. That is Rebecca Cox, who managed to make herself known and climbing up the leaderboard, as well as Melody Bailey. This hole is averaging well above par. That's a great angle. Just needs it to settle in the fairway. It's close, but it will be green. That was Jessica Weiss. I agree. I think anything you can do to keep your levels as even as possible, whether it's chatting with the chase card as they get ready to tee off, making a joke, checking your phone, playing a game, stretching or speaking positivity over yourself and gratitude. Anything that you can do to get a little bit of an endorphin release, relax your muscles.
Yeah, this is difficult. Having a break, and especially having a break right before the last hole, it's I don't know, very anticlimactic. It's 5-stroke lead, 1 hole left. Mathematically, most likely Paige is going to come in the winner, but she can't emotionally let herself feel that win yet. She has to She has to push that away.
It's so interesting that you just said that, because at MVP, I did the interviews for the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and I asked her, was there any point where you just, in Vermont as well, there's a very long walk down hole 18 once you throw the drive, and I said, at any point do you just enjoy it? And she's like, no, you're not finished yet. I'm like, what? That's crazy.
98 Professional World Championships was my first win. I had a significant lead. It wasn't double digits, but it was close going into the last hole. And eventually my disc is under the basket. There is absolutely no way that there is any other outcome than my win. But I'm still playing the game. I'm still focused. In fact, I remember walking up to my putt and Annie Kreml pushing me away and said, "You're last. Get out of here."
And you're like, oh.
and all the other girls finished. Then I went up and I put my putt in. And the second the putt went in the basket, I have to control my emotions right now. The second it went in the basket, I collapsed. I just fell to the ground and I started crying, and I let that wash over me at that point. And though Paige has had so many wins, I doubt that it's going to be that dramatic for Paige.
Oh, I think this is significant to Paige. I think that's why this entire story of her versus Winthrop is so important, because not only is it Winthrop and an opportunity to compete here, this is the only major of a year where she didn't even know if she was going to be coming back after Waco.
And the women now know that this might be taken away, you know?
Sure.
That was never a possibility before the beginning of this year, and now they know just how truly blessed they are to be able to do this sport as a profession. But yet this year has made it maybe feel more special, because it's possible that something happens and they cannot continue in this
and
fashion.
One woman who hasn't quit on herself whatsoever is Katrina Allen. Katrina had a pretty rough year last year as far as careers go in professional disc golf. She finished still up at the top at nearly every event, but was unable to capitalize on the majority of them and fell to second or worse at most of them. Katrina's well-documented putting struggles, and something that made headlines quite a bit throughout last year and was something everyone was sort of holding their breath and focusing on. Well, I will tell you, at the only major of the year, she's currently in fourth at 82% and first in fairway hits, but first in circle one in regulation and the amount of birdie percentages. This woman has gone 100% in the circle yesterday. She's played absolutely just some of the best golf that I have personally seen mentally from her, and I know that was her biggest goal for herself this year, was to just not quit. If you feel like you have some sort of yips or mentality issue, don't quit on yourself. Continue to persevere. And she has done exactly that. And I think it's, the reason why she's able to hang out at the top, regardless of how many double bogeys she has carded during this
She has done
major.
that so remarkably well that I'm not kidding. If she would write a book, I would buy it and I would reread it over and over again, because it is not easy to come back from something like that.
No.
It's not physical, it's mental, and that's a lot harder to solve. The problem is harder.
Again, she said a lot of her solutions just come from gratitude, staying focused on her own game, taking a moment to touch the ground and ground yourself, and also, in a light of positivity, eating just a little bit more carbs before you tee off, and giving your body access to that quick energy when it's needed for long rounds like this.
This is Jessica's second shot on hole 18. As you can see, there is OB both right and left. This is a sloping fairway from right to left.
Just a quick note while we watch our chase card. Nate Perkins, big fan of women's disc golf, has just informed me through Facebook Messenger that owns Yellow Disc this entire time has been a champion destroyer. So for those women who are watching her, it's a champion, well, women and men actually.
Now I know. Now I want to know what weight.
I think that might be a bit too specific. We might need to wait until after the event, but she has relied heavily on that disc, and yeah, that's going to be Sable for sure.
Yeah.
Well, it is almost time for our lead cart to tee off on hole 18, and in a way, feels like hitting a restart button. There it is. That's the disc. Nailed it. Once again, Owen Scoggins having a great showing at this major. Currently in 5th, 2 down for the round.
We've seen her have very good success on the drive on this hole.
Ooh, she's stable. That's exactly what you need.
Don't roll.
Ooh. Oh, it has rolled back just a bit, but it is still in bounds. But oh my goodness. She's in position. She's done what she needs to do. She's fine.
Heather has also played this hole very well.
Heather Young is still currently tied with Sarah Hokum at 8 down overall. Heather 2 over for the round, finding a bit more OB than she wanted to, but still maintaining that top position at her major. That's great flight, a bit higher. That's going to have a good spot as well. All smiles from Heather Young, and I'm not surprised.
Good. I'm glad she's enjoying the journey.
She seems like she's doing nothing but enjoying the journey, and I don't know if it's because she's just really confident and comfortable, or if she just is playing with little to no expectations, given that this is just her first couple years out on tour. She has said about hole 18, if I play it how I know I can, it's a very simple birdie, and so far she's showing that to be true.
We saw Paige throw a little grass up in the air to see how the wind, direction is in their face. Looks like she's opting for a mid-range here.
I believe this has been her play.
She has been toying with the left side. I think she's safe.
Paige will be on the fairway after 1 throw. And last to tee on hole 18 is Katrina Allen.
It's a little lower than her previous shots. I think she might find the OB with that.
That seems to have stuck.
Safe.
Yep, she is. She's on the fairway safe after 1 throw, but that was very tricky. And seeming, I think she's been higher.
Yes, she's been much higher.
So that seemed a bit more conservative than what we've seen from her.
When she was able to get the eagle, she had put herself much higher on the fairway, allowing her to take a run up and throw a flex backhand that came back under the basket.
And that was Kona Panis with her 4th shot, so she'll be looking to be under the basket, putting for par from circle 1 on the par 5, hole 18. Here's Jessica Weiss, a bit out of position. She'll be putting for par from circle 2.
Or laying up.
Jessica is currently tied for 9th with Missy Gannon and Haley King. Should she choose to lay this up or miss, she'll be dropping down to tied for 12th with Ellen Widboom. There's Callie McMorran. She did have a birdie luck on hole 18, but she has opted to.
This is the scariest.
That was
tee.
That was for. Did you see how close she was? And I mean, granted, I'm just praising her upshot. That was Callie McMorran. Don't sleep on her. She's a pretty good player. Here's Konopanis for par. Great.
Nice.
Wow, top 10 finish for Konopanis at a major.
She should be very proud of herself.
I'm incredibly proud of her. That is just great. And she recently changed her putt, worked on it very hard, stayed in town the last few weeks. Jessica Weiss is in for her bogey from Circle 1. That will drop her down to tied with Ellen Widboom. Sarah Holcomb finishes off her round with a birdie. That brings her to 7 under par for the round. That is an incredible round. Congratulations to Sarah Holcomb.
Owen with her second shot.
Oh. No, that's just fine. I keep thinking that OB line is tucked in closer than it is. She gets me every time with that.
So the difficult part about being on the left side of the fairway where Owen and Paige and Kat all are is that that's the much lower side of the fairway. So they're throwing significantly farther uphill onto blind shot.
And there you can see a great shot of the fairway as Heather Young steps up to her drive. She'll be looking to throw her second shot. And this is a par 5. She said if she can stick to her game plan, it's a relatively easy birdie. We'll see if she's able to stick to that. I'm sure Heather's family is watching. Must be very proud of her and her performance in this major.
I like that.
Full confidence, and it's important to note that given that this is the final hole and all these women have finished their round, they normally stick around to spectate. So Heather having to do that in front of an audience of her peers. Here's Paige Pierce with her second shot. She just needs to keep it in the fairway. She will be our women's national champion. It's a great follow through.
Good safe shot.
Yeah. She threw that exactly how she needed to.
There was no chance that that was going to go OB in either direction.
And it's important to note, just as you said, at no point can she just relax and enjoy it. That's not how this works. Katrina Allen is safe, though she is choosing to take relief off of that OB line. She'll be throwing her second shot.
I keep mentioning it, but you just cannot tell how much uphill this shot is from where she's throwing.
That's a great shot for Katrina. These women continue to walk uphill. They'll try to steady their heart rate as they make their final approach before they putt. Bit of a correction. Owen Scoggins going with the Champion Colossus off of the tee, and then her.
Well, this was
her second shot. So at least that one was
right.
Owen, if you're listening, or if anyone is listening and they're friends with Owen, please tell her to do an in the bag because we're all very curious.
Yeah, I want to know what that pink one that she throws
Me
on
too,
backhand
yes.
up shots. Yes.
The approach.
This is Heather's third shot. She's going to try to curve it around the corner and put it under the basket. A little longer than she wanted. She has that putt. I'm not sure if she's going to go for that putt. I think she will, with as much room she has on either side.
Well, she's put herself in a bit of a situation because of how slow she's played in this back nine. Let me gather my words. Unfortunately, she has given third place to Sarah Hokum, or of course, it's better to say Sarah Hokum's hot round of 7 under has come up, and she's earned third so far, moving up 2 spots. So if she makes that putt, she'll be in for birdie, and she'll be 9 under for the tournament, and she'll be tied for third with Sarah Hokum. So that was a very long, elaborate way of just saying she's either taking fourth or tied for third.
I'm seeing it a little differently. It looks like Sarah's at 8 under, and Heather, they're both at 8 under right now. If Heather makes this putt, she will be in solo third. Is that not correct?
I'm just going to refresh my... No, Sarah should be 7 under finished because she birdied on hole 18.
Paige's approach is a little bit long, but she's managed to put it about pin high as far as the topography of the green is concerned.
So we see the women start to make their way to the putting green. This has been quite the weekend, hasn't it? We've seen some absolutely breathtaking shots. We've seen some just incredible, unfortunate rollaways and skips and lies. These women have continued to battle given whatever circumstance comes their way.
The women have really played this course well. I mean, starting with Paige's 10 under on the first day, 10 under, double digits under on championship quality course with so much hazard. That's a remarkable play. And Kat coming in with 3 eagles on 3 different holes. Just remarkable. I take back everything I said about the scores between Heather and Sarah. My internet connection is out, so I defer to you on that.
Heather Young will, of course, need to make this if she wants to stay in third place. Otherwise, she will be awarded fourth, which, for lack of a better term, ain't too shabby.
She's very proud of either of those. Absolutely gorgeous green, but also very scary.
Oh my word, and Heather Young is in for the birdie. That means she will be tied for third with Sarah Hokum. Wow, tied for third at a major like this. Her first time competing at Winthrop, and what a testament in that final putt to how well she's been doing on the putting green. She's got to be proud of herself, and that was absolutely incredible. This is Owen for birdie.
Nice.
Just like that. We need to show the other
fantastic.
camera angle so the audience can get a feel for what they're looking at when they're putting.
Yeah, if either of those had missed, they would most likely have been in the water.
And here is Katrina Allen for birdie from circle one. It looks like she will be going for this. And that's going to be
3
dead
for
center
3.
chance.
What great putts, women.
Katrina has to be proud of the way that she's competed. I know it's not the result that she wanted, but it's certainly, she proved a lot to her fans and those in the media this year. And there is Paige Pierce.
And you could see the shoulders relax there. She finally let it sink in. Giant smile.
2020 Women's National Champion, Paige Pierce.
Thank you. Dominant performance by Paige.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Drew.
Go ahead.
22 under for the event, the only major of the year for this woman. Paige Pierce, your 2020 Women's National Champion. Wow, so incredible to watch. What are your immediate takeaways and your reactions?
I'm just really happy that we got to be here. Look at the sun is finally coming out for us now.
Momentarily,
to shine
of
on
course.
Paige and her fantastic play. And I'm still so excited that we heard that there's likely going to be additional women's championships in coming years at this event. So I'm so excited for that. I'm so excited for Paige. Another notch on her championship belt. What an amazing dominant player. Paige, you've done it again.
All 4 women on hole 18 just birdied and showed how far women's disc golf has come. And here is our leader, both in world titles, ratings, wins this far. I mean, she is dominating, and it's so great to see all of her hard work pay off. And, you know, there's so much to process.
It is hard to come up with enough accolades to praise her, because she really is rewriting women's disc golf.
She really is, and it wouldn't be possible without women like you coming before.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for joining me in the studio. We want to thank all of you for joining us. We will have the trophy presentation momentarily. You know, wow, what a weekend. Again, we just appreciate all of your support. We hope you'll stay tuned. And if you want to hit some of the interviews, we do have footage and coverage of that, and you can touch base with some of the pros as they come off of their hot rounds or as they finish the tournament days over at the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Make sure you're staying with us until 2:30 or at least getting lunch, recouping, maybe going for a walk, and then coming back and joining us again in the studio. Ian Anderson and Philo Brathwaite will be here at 2:30 sharp Eastern Time.
I believe we also have the Hall of Fame induction.
Yes. There's so much disc golf happening.
of the winner of this event. Yes. Please stay tuned.
And Juliana, you've done so well this weekend. Thank you so much. You know, what was it like watching from the sidelines, but also having to give your opinions live?
So I think that I'm going to say what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and I feel stronger.
Yeah, that was incredible to watch and great to have your insight all week. Thank you again so much. Again, Paige Pierce just having a dominant performance. Katrina Allen and Sarah Holcomb, names that we've seen and just able to work themselves back up the leaderboard. Heather Young, Owen Scoggins back out on tour, Macy Walker from Tennessee, Ancona Panis, Rebecca Cox. Look at all of those women who have just started in the pro division, and here they are, top 10 at a major. The years to come are going to be incredible, and to further just close out the show, we want to encourage all of you to stay with us for the trophy presentation, which will happen just in a few moments. For those of you who want to stick with it and keep the action going, make sure you tune into the Disc Golf Pro Tour as we had some of Paige's highlights. Again, I'm Hannah Macbeth. Juliana, joined in studio by 5-time PDGA World Champion Juliana Korver and Heather Young fangirl. It's been great to have you this weekend. We'll see you in a bit with the trophy presentation.
Paige, it was an absolute joy to watch you this weekend. You have a mastery of the game that any player in any division would be very proud of. I want to congratulate you on your win, and I expect many more great things from you in the future.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to hear you say that. And yeah, on hole 4 today, I was thinking about in the practice round when you played with me, and I was like, all right, you haven't thrown this hole yet. Pretend Juliana's there and you're trying to impress her.
It's funny to me to hear you say that you want to impress me, because boy, you impress me. You are truly one of the greatest players ever to play the game.
Thank you very much. Wow. This is gorgeous. Wow. Thank you very much. This is very exciting. I don't really know what to say. All right.
Beautiful glass blown trophy by Maceman.
Yeah, it's beautiful. This is definitely going to go on the trophy shelf right in the center.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I want to thank my sponsors, Discraft, Grip Equipment, OTB Discs, Whale Sacks, and Thunderbird Bars. And I just want to thank everybody here that watched. The course looks incredible, and I'm just honored to play on this course. And to get a major championship in 2020 seemed like a feat that wasn't going to happen. So thank you to Innova and all the staff that made this happen. And yeah, we'll see you at the next one. Hopefully next year this happens again. Thank you.
you.